También nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo ahorita.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children. And they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral. Que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement quédate en casa, que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad.
Mr. Chair, could you please request the floor again? Okay. Ambassador Lynch, good morning.
Good morning, Ambassador. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ambassador.
Welcome, sir. ESG, good morning, ESG. Happy New Year.
Happy New
Morning.
Year.
You goal of Cavani yesterday from Manchester United directly. Another goal of Cavani for Uruguay.
I'm celebrating the election victory still.
You look great, Ambassador. You look very great.
You have so much to celebrate.
I have a lot to celebrate. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Have a good day, gentlemen.
Really good.
Ambassador Hull, good morning to you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Delighted to see you as always.
Same here. Good.
I joined.
And the video connection test, we have the following delegations: Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominica, Ecuador, El Salvador, the United States, Grenada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, the Dominican Republic, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, and Uruguay. We can confirm quorum, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Mendes. Good morning, distinguished colleagues. Before considering the order of business for today's meeting, I wish to inform this Permanent Council that the commemorative gavel will be sent on the Council's behalf to our esteemed colleague, Ambassador Josu Fiallo, Permanent Representative of the Dominican Republic. Ambassador Fiallo, as Chair of the Permanent Council, I wish to commend you for your deft stewardship of this Council's proceedings during your tenure. Please receive this gavel as a symbol of our appreciation and gratitude for your service as Chairman of the Permanent Council. I am pleased to open this regular meeting of the Permanent Council, convened to consider the items contained in the order of business, document CP/OD 2359/22, which I hereby submit for the consideration of this Council. There being no observations, we will proceed to adopt the order of business without amendment. Adopted. The next item on the agenda is the presentation of the final report of the OAS electoral observations missions deployed in Brazil for the municipal elections held on November 15th, 2020, and its runoff on November 29th, pursuant to the request from the Secretary General contained in document CP/INF 9235/22. The final report of those electoral observations missions has been distributed to delegations as document CP Doc 5756/22. By way of a formal note dated August 17, 2020, the General Secretariat of the Organization of American States received an invitation from the government of Brazil to deploy an electoral mission to observe the municipal elections in that country to be held on November 2020. For these electoral processes, Brazilians elected mayors, vice mayors, and councillors to more than 5,500 municipalities of the country. The chief of mission, Ambassador Augustin Espinosa, will deliver a summary of the report. Ambassador Espinosa earned a doctoral degree in diplomacy from the University of the Republic in Uruguay and a postgraduate degree in international law from the Hague Academy of International Law. He was ambassador of Uruguay in Germany, ambassador in Brazil, Egypt, Israel, and in the United Kingdom. He was the former permanent representative of Uruguay to the Latin American Integration Association named MECOSIR, as well as the Ibero-American General Secretariat to both Brazil and Bolivia. Ambassador Espinosa is currently the OAS Secretary General's Special Representative for Belize, Guatemala, and he has extensive experience in international relations, diplomacy, conflict resolution, and in the academic sphere as professor and researcher. Ambassador Espinosa, welcome to the Permanent Council. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, President of the Permanent Council and Permanent Representative of St. Kitts and Nevis, Mr. Audimar Nunes, Interim Representative of Brazil, Mr. Barroso, STE President in Brazil, Luis Almagro, Secretary Duro, Nestor Mendes, ASG, representatives of member states and permanent observers to the OAS. Good morning. It's an honor for me to give you the report of the Electoral Observation Mission in Brazil for municipal elections that took place in 2020. The OAS EOM did its work under the aegis of the STE with the commitment of Brazilian society to have municipal elections in a very complex context because of the pandemic. And there were more than 49 million Brazilians that went to vote. The OAS made a great effort to be present in the Federative Republic of Brazil during the municipal elections, despite all of the challenges wrought by the pandemic. And we were in Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Brasilia, Goiânia, and Valparaíso. The mission did a comprehensive analysis from the technical standpoint related to the electoral process, and in addition to which the organization of technology for the elections, political funding, and justice participated in women's participation as well as that of Afro-descendants and indigenous people. The EOM received governmental authorities, candidates, both men and women, as well as representatives from campaign teams, political organizations, members of academia, civil society, and national electoral observers. To take advantage of the time that I have, I'm going to give you some of the findings and recommendations for some of the issues that we observed. The complete report was distributed to all delegations, and it can be consulted by the public. In the follow-up with electronic ballots and the registry of all candidates, there were challenges in terms of political electoral financing. AMOR recognizes the electoral issues that went through with all information as requested by the mission, both in the regional and federal levels, and commemorates that many recommendations from the OAS-EOM that took place in 2018 were taken into account also. So look at the implementation of the health security plan. We sought to cherish the health of the population as well as guaranteeing their right to vote. The electoral campaign was undertaken and developed mainly through digital means and in part due to the outstanding role in the electoral processes of all resources and also because of the impact of the pandemic. EOM underscores the work of the STE with different kinds of media on different digital platforms. We tried to control the kind of information and as well distribute the true information on the process. According to various candidates, both men and women, and civil society actors, there are still false information and attacks on political players and candidates. These practices continue to be a challenge in the region. The representative of political parties and civil society organizations reported their concern because of the violence during the electoral period, and various candidates received affronts and attacks during the period. EOM expresses its concern given the context of intimidation and fear which precludes candidates and electors to be very involved in politics and considers that these attacks and affronts have to be decried. Elections took place calmly in the municipal level, and the Brazilian society came out en masse to vote. A lot of the logistical challenges were overcome for the electoral process in a country that has continental dimensions. The results came in slowly for the elections. They took place with transparency, and despite technical snafus. But those snafus did not affect the results, so that in 23 hours, 96% of the official results were disseminated, were in. Currently, Brazil has an excellent system for disseminating the official results throughout the region. Mr. Chairman, some of the conclusions then, and some of our recommendations. The Electoral Justice Commission, and this time around, had the largest number of candidates registered. 1 million some odd candidates, and both men and women for executive, legislative positions. The 20 limit day took place to analyze everything and to see that everybody was legitimate and complied with all of the prerequisites. There were about 13,000 requests for candidates to register at the end and ended up in the hands of the state. On the second runoff, there were at least 10 cases of people for the mayors and vice mayors, which came in with a final decision pending. In some cities, mayors were elected, the candidacies of which were being questioned in electoral tribunals. The candidates were looked at and more guarantees had to be offered, but during this long process. And in terms of justice, the electoral timeframes had to be looked at, and this reflects the importance of having a registry of candidates and that they have to be looked at beforehand, as was recommended by the EOM in 2018, and agreed to by the electoral authorities themselves. Promotion of a pluralistic topic on this issue we deem very important, involving electoral bodies, civil society, and other legislative bodies. the political participation of women. Here we recognize the strengthening of the national framework for this and the exercise of political rights for women in the last few years, as well as all of the work carried out by electoral authorities in promoting the political participation of women. The EOM would like to congratulate this participation, and this was the recommendation from the EOM in 2018. In the meantime, there are still a lot of challenges in terms of implementation and the publication of the norms in force in this regard. We have the following recommendations. The current legislation looks at 30% for candidates from all sides. In the meantime, there is the majority of political parties that interprets this percentage as a ceiling for women's participation. As such, then, it is suggested that we have standards to ensure that these quotas are translated with a minimum limit. In addition to that, we recommend that it be put in a legal framework so that there is political parity. Also, it is recommended to have a system of sanctions for those who do not comply with the minimum quotas, and that this be recorded so that things can be much more effective. Given the percentage of candidates and women elected, it is very low in all levels of the elections. It is suggestions to come up with mechanisms to do away with or reduce this disparity. And then finally, in terms of the electoral technology, the electoral schedule or calendar has various electronic voting systems in mind. And here we have public safety means, which includes internal or domestic experts in technology to deal with the system. And in addition to that, there are ways to check and see how the ballot box, which will hold integrity tests or other means, which randomly looks at the equipment on the day the voting takes place in a public showing. Various considerations and the efforts to broaden the scope of these tests that look after how the electronic voting system works is looked at, and this is in keeping with the recommendation from the OAS in 2018. The mission recommends first to greater disseminate all the activities that take place in the auditing on the day of the elections. This is very, very important for guarantees. And then secondly, to ensure the presence of political parties today, which are scant in various bodies when it comes time for the ballot. The electoral system would benefit by opening up further dialogue with the authorities or other representatives from the parties so that they can strengthen the measures that can increase trust across the board. And then thirdly, to continue with the scope and the demonstration of everything that has to do with integrity. In other words, parallel voting. Mr. Chairman, the EOM mission from the OAS would like to thank the government of Brazil for being present for the electoral process and also appreciates the support of the foreign ministry. Given their support, be it from the electoral tribunal as well as the other regional tribunals that deal with voting, as well as the warm welcome by all Brazilians that we got that made it possible to do the work of all the international specialists. In addition to that, the EOM is grateful for the financial contributions from the governments of Canada, the United States, France, Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, that made implementation of this mission possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
On behalf of the Permanent Council, I wish to thank Ambassador Espinosa, Chief of Electoral Observation Missions in Brazil, for delivering a very comprehensive report. Thank you very much, sir. I now offer the floor to delegations who would like to comment on this agenda item. But prior to that, I think I would like to give a priority to the interim representative of Brazil, Minister Orimar Nunes, who will speak first, and then he will yield the floor to Mr. Luis Roberto Barroso, President of the Superior Electoral Council of Brazil. So first, Minister Orimar Nunes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to everybody. Mr. Chairman, I would like to offer thanks for the Brazilian state to Ambassador Pimoza, head of the Electoral Observation Mission, who accompanied the municipal elections in Brazil that took place on the 29th of November, and for sharing the report. It was truly a pleasure to hear the ambassador speak in Portuguese, though he was ambassador or representative of Uruguay, and we truly love him. The Brazilian delegation would also like to inform you that we are very honored to see this item on the agenda in the light of the president of the electoral president, Mr. Barroso. The elections in 2020 in Brazil gave us a chance to have the sacred expertise of the EOM from the OAS that effectively contributed to consolidate democracy in the hemisphere. The delegation of Brazil would like to commend the members of the EOM that took place with the support of the Department of Cooperation and Electoral Observation of the OAS, given the excellent work done in the very challenging context. The results of the work and the recommendations that we heard in the report presented a few minutes ago from Ambassador Espinosa will be looked at and analyzed and discussed by the Brazilian Academy and our competent bodies. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, let me just say that the Mission of Brazil would like to give the floor to Minister Barroso so that he can look at the competent agency and its role when it comes to the work done by the EOM in Brazil. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
And now we will hear now from Mr. Luis Roberto Barroso, President of the Superior Electoral Court of Brazil. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, buenos dias, bonjour. It's an honor and a pleasure to participate in this meeting of the Permanent Council with the permanent representatives of the OAS. I would like to commend you, Ambassador Hull, and I would also like to greet you warmly, as well as greet Luis Almagro, with whom I had the honor and pleasure to meet with yesterday. Also, greetings to Nestor Mendes, the ASG. I would like to greet the Presidency for the Promotion of Democracy, who was with us in Brazil, and special greetings to the head of the EOM mission in Brazil, Ambassador Agustin and Espinosa, who speaks perfect Portuguese, and for his sterling role that he played when he was with us in Brazil. It was a pleasure, and it is a pleasure and an honor to be with you here today. I would like to greet the representative from Brazil, Mr. Nunes, representatives, permanent members, and alternates. As the ambassador said, there were 2 EOM missions from the OAS to Brazil in 2018 and 2020. And we cannot say too much about the scope of these missions in terms of Brazilian democracy and for the integrity and the credibility of the system. And therefore, I should like to reiterate my deepest thanks to the Secretary and the Organization of American States for their very precious contribution. And in addition to that, as Ambassador Espinosa said, we took the observations and recommendations that came forth very seriously, knowing that it was done in good faith and which helped to streamline our system with a view to looking at everything, because it's really very important to have this open mind. As was observed by the Ambassador Espinosa, we paid special attention to the recommendations to include women in politics. In Brazil, we have a lower average in all of Latin America, so that we had a major campaign with Luis Almagro to attract more women to get into politics. We had other appointments for the TSE so that they would complement the representation by women. And now we're trying to fight against what was mentioned by Ambassador Espinosa, and that is the formal indication, but not the real indication of female candidates. The TSE has defended having greater percentage of these women and works toward parity. In other words, we would like to hold out spots, 20%, 30%, 40%. We would like to hold them open until we get a higher percentage. And of course, we will be looking after this when it comes to the legislation. So, Ambassador Espinosa, we're going to take on all of the recommendations that have just been said. And as I said, we took this very seriously. We take it seriously, and we truly appreciate all of the attention paid and the fact that we were able to have elections in pandemic times. So they actually took place at the height of the disease with the help of the Congress. We had a lot of health plans in force so that elections could take place and so that the election workers could be there. We distributed 9 million masks, 2 million face shields, and 4 million hand sanitizers with the support of a private initiative so that we would take advantage of our resources. As Ambassador said, we did our level best. We had a major campaign to contain misinformation or fake news, as well as disinformation, which is plaguing contemporary democracy in many different societies. We have partnerships with all social media so that we can fight against the fraudulent and fake participation. We have partnerships with all of the news outlets. We have a internet page so that we could actually write up and establish the truth. And we also have partnerships with all the telephone companies as well, and all of the social media that has links to the page so that we could actually establish the truth. And we monitored all of social media so that we could establish the truth when there were these disinformation campaigns going, so that disinformation continues to be a problem that we have to look at and grapple with, and we're working along that line for the next elections. Secretary General Luis Almagro, once again, we trust everything in terms of the new elections and in having a new EOM from the Organization of American States. This has really been a wonderful partnership that moves towards streamlining everything, and we can't speak too highly of this kind of cooperation. We truly value it, and it really helps everybody, and it helps everybody else as well, in addition to ourselves, so that we can have EOMs in the countries of the Americas, and especially so that we can invite, and in Chile and Honduras, even in Portugal now, which is part of the Organization of American States, and with which Brazil has very deep-seated ties, as you all well know. So let me just conclude then, Mr. Secretary General. Minister, President of the Permanent Council and Chair of the Permanent Council, with a couple of observations. Democracies are under assault today, and they suffer the affront of authoritarian regimes and abuses from different social corners. We have to be attentive to all of these things. Democracy with social justice, which is the big cause for all of humanity. It's the big cause of our generation, and therefore our role is to fight so that we can promote democracy and social justice, so that we can preserve our democracy and make history move in the right direction with organizations such as the Organization of American States and its EOM. I thank all of you for your indulgence. Luis Almagro, Ambassador, Mr. Espinosa, my deepest congratulations for your presence in Brazil and for your sincerity, for all of your charisma, for our deep-seated feelings. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, you gentlemen. Thank you, Chair, Ambassador Hull.
Luis Roberto Barroso for his comments. I would now like to open the floor up to other delegations who wish to offer their comments on this issue. And I'd urge you to be brief to the extent you can. I'd appreciate that a great deal. Thanks. Let's see. Requesting to speak is Canada. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President, and good morning, ASG, SG, and distinguished colleagues. I will be brief this morning, but I wanted to take the floor to express our thanks to Ambassador Agustin Espinosa for heading the electoral mission and for the mission itself, and for the comprehensive report that's been given on the elections that took place, and also to congratulate the people of Brazil on their participation in exercising their rights in the democratic electoral process during both rounds of the elections. Canada, of course, remains steadfast in our support for the key role that this organization plays in monitoring the integrity of elections and promoting democratic principles in the hemisphere. We were pleased to see, in the case of this particular election round and the observations, the increase in the number of Indigenous and Afro-descendant candidates in the election, and in particular in the number of Indigenous women candidates in this election. And also pleased to note the milestone of 20 years of electronic voting for 100% of Brazilian voters, a testament to Brazil's advanced logistical capacity and proven technological infrastructure. So for Canada, we very much welcome the findings and the recommendations of this report. We're confident that Brazil will continue to work with the OAS and other partners in the implementation and contribute to enhancing the administration of elections in Brazil and strengthening democratic institutions. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome, sir. I would like now to afford Mr. Espinosa himself to offer any final remarks that he'd like to share in response to the comments that we've heard. The ambassador Mr. Espinosa would like to share with us. Well, there are no additional remarks.
No tengo más nada que agregar, señor presidente.
I have nothing more to add, Chair. Thank you.
Was there another comment? No, we did not. That the Permanent Council take note of the final report of the OAS electoral observation missions in Brazil, which are contained in document CP Doc 5756/22. Secondly, we congratulate to the government and people of Brazil on the municipal elections held on November 2020. And thirdly, We thank the Ambassador, Mr. Espinosa, the chief of the mission, and the members of his team for their excellent work during these electoral observation missions. We thank you, sir. Moving on now to item number 3 on the agenda. The next item deals with the final report of the OAS electoral observation missions deployed in Ecuador for the general elections that were held there on February 7th, 2021, and the presidential runoff on April 11th, 2021, pursuant to the request from the Secretary General contained in document CP-INF 9246/22. The final report of those electoral observation missions was distributed to delegations as document CP/Doc 5755/22. By way of a formal note dated December 18th, 2019, the General Secretariat of the Organization of American States received an invitation from the government of Ecuador to deploy an electoral observation mission to observe the general elections in that country to be held on February 7th, 2021, and a possible runoff to be held on April 11th, 2021. In these electoral processes, Ecuador elected its president and vice president, assembly members, and representatives to the Andean Parliament. The chief of mission is the former vice president of Panama, the Excellency Isabel de Saint-Malo, will deliver to us a summary of the report. By way of background, Mrs. de Saint-Malo was the Vice President of Panama and Minister of Foreign Affairs from July 2014 to July 2018. She is the first woman in Panama's history to be selected to this post and the first woman to be appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs in Panama. She has extensive experience in global affairs and is a strong advocate for advancing human development and gender equality, eradicating poverty, and addressing social inequality. She has over 30 years of experience in consulting, development, and implementation of public policies in Latin America. You are most welcome, Excellency, you are most welcome to the Permanent Council, and I offer you the floor.
We cannot hear you, madam. Is your microphone off?
No, tiene el micrófono en mute. Creo que...
We can hear you now. Good morning. I'm sorry, technology was not helping me. Ambassador Everson Hall, Chair of the Permanent Council and Permanent Representative of St. Kitts and Nevis, Ambassador Carlo Jativa, Permanent Representative of Ecuador to the OAS, Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the OAS, Nestor Mendez, Assistant Secretary General of the OAS, Ms. Diana Atamain, President of the National Electoral Council of Ecuador. Warm greetings also to Costa Rica. I am in Costa Rica today. And of course, the permanent representative of my native country, Panama. The Electoral Observation Mission of the OAS congratulates the National Electoral Council for organizing an electoral process that was complex during a health crisis, which was very challenging. And we thank them for being open for consideration and implementing many recommendations of the MLE in prior years. In the framework of its electoral observation missions, the OAS recognized that Ecuador has made great progress in its electoral processes. The mission greets the new reforms to the Democracy Code implemented for the first time in 2021 and is pleased to see that many of these are aligned with the recommendations that prior missions of the OAS had made. The MOE underscores the efforts of the Council to improve the administration of these elections and also the technical cooperation that seeks to modernize the Council's infrastructure. I will now make a brief report with regard to the findings and recommendations of the mission. The report, the complete report, has been distributed to delegations and is also available on DECO's webpage. On 7 February, this was a very calm day. The official information communicated by the CNE the night of the election showed that there would be a runoff because there was a presidential ticket in the first place, but then the second and third place tickets were very close. While there was a recount of votes in the different provinces, the CNE also had meetings with the different presidential tickets in order to have a direct and open communication channel. The mission that participated in these meetings saw that this helped to lower the tensions that existed, showing the CNE's openness to listen to candidates' concerns. The mission was also at the different public sessions where votes were counted, and on 21 February, the CNE declared that there needed to be a runoff and that this would be between the candidates Andres Arauz and Guillermo Lasso. On 23 February, the Pachakutik movement presented an appeal against this decision, and it asked for the review of 27,000 tally sheets. Of these, only 31 tally sheets had any kind of inconsistency, and they were recounted, which then reconfirmed the prior decision made by the CNE. The MOE of the OAS saw that all contenders had different chances to challenge results, that their appeals were exhausted, and that all involved had the necessary democratic guarantees. On 20th March, the SNE declared the results of the presidential election. The presidential ticket of the Alianza Unión obtained 32% of the votes, while the presidential ticket of the Alianza Creo received 19.74% of the votes. Given that no presidential ticket had the absolute majority or 40% of the valid votes and an advantage of 10 points over those in second place, a runoff was organized for 11th April 2021. In the run-up to this second round of voting, the mission observed that there were high political tensions. This was because the candidate that came into third place challenged the results. On 11th April, the CNE gave rapid and efficient results. They favored the presidential ticket of Guillermo Lasso and Alfredo Borrero. The mission underscores the very civic behavior of the Ecuadorian people who expressed their will in a peaceful way and massively participated in voting both times. Findings and recommendations of our mission in Ecuador. First of all, the political participation of women. The recent amendments made to the Code of Democracy established implementing progressively horizontal parity, the establishment of closed lists, earmarked financing, and we welcome these changes. However, some actors told us that political parties only put women on the ticket in provinces that are not very important or where there are few chances of winning. So we believe that this needs to be improved. So we recommend that there should be women in competitive districts and that political organizations have women candidates in provinces where they can win, that there should be a unit in the CNE that can design a gender policy, that there should be also training with regard to political gender violence in order to stop it. Now, with regard to political participation of indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants, the Ecuadorian Constitution refers to the fact that it is an intercultural democracy. The mission appreciates this. However, the mission also confirms that the CNE does not have an office responsible for promoting this kind of political participation. In Ecuador, it is not possible to analyze the participation of indigenous peoples or Afro-Ecuadorians since we do not have this statistical information. In other words, people do not self-identify when they register to vote. So we believe that the CNE should have an office that promotes the political participation of Afro-descendants and also indigenous peoples, and that there be statistical information available when people register to vote. And now, with regard to electoral financing, the reform provides for the creation of an accounting system and the obligation to report expenditures every 15 days during the campaign. We welcome these reforms that seek to make the political financing system more transparent. However, we consider that it is necessary to work harder to make it or to apply it effectively. Several organizations need to help. They need to also shore up the SNE, give it a bigger budget, and the CNA needs to penalize any kind of violation. We need to have a strengthening also of the training of political organizations so they know how to report their expenditures and incoming monies. The autonomy of the electoral function. During the electoral process of 2021, several institutions of the state took actions that had an impact on the electoral process, including the definition of candidacies. Additionally, it is important to highlight that the Electoral Tribunal, as well as the CNE, had to go forward with the electoral process despite an important deficit. And this did affect the performance of their duties. The mission believes that these electoral agencies must be the ones in charge of the elections, and the mission is concerned that other public entities would try to intervene in these functions. Thus, we recommend that only electoral organs undertake responsibilities tied to elections, and that electoral authorities are given ample budgetary resources to be able to discharge their duties. The mission thanks the Electoral National, or the National Electoral Council, the Electoral Tribunal, the Ministry of Foreign Relations, the National Police, the representatives of political organizations, civil society in Ecuador. Also, we thank everyone for their openness and for helping the observers of the OAS to be able to collect the necessary information to carry out its work. Also, we thank the Ecuadorian people for their warm welcome. Finally, this observation mission thanks the contributions made by the governments of Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Korea, the United States, Spain, France, Guatemala, Italy, Mexico, Holland, Peru, the Dominican Republic, that allowed specialists and observers of the OAS to be deployed for the general elections and also for the runoff elections in Ecuador. Finally, I'd like to thank the Permanent Council, the Secretary General, Luis Almagro, for the honor of allowing me to lead this electoral observation mission to Ecuador. I am also very grateful to the team from the organization, to Francisco Guerrero, Gerardo Casas, and all the team that helped me, without whom I would not have been able to carry out this mission. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency. On behalf of the Permanent Council, I wish to thank the former Vice President of Panama, Excellency Isabel de St. Martin St. Malo, for delivering her report as chief of these electoral observation missions in Ecuador. You have provided much food for thought. I now offer the floor to delegations who would like to comment on the agenda. But perhaps I would like to follow the precedent that I set with respect to Brazil and offer first the opportunity for the representatives for Ecuador to present, beginning first with Mrs. Diana Attemore, President of the National Electoral Council of Ecuador. You have the floor, Mrs. Attemore.
Fernando se desconectó.
Fernando, I have her on the screen. She's now asking for the floor again. Let me see, says Fernando. I believe we have her now. Thank you very much.
Na Tishir Warazam, Amik Bahrome. Embajador Everson Hall,
Ambassador Everson Hall, Chair of the Permanent Council and Permanent Representative to the OAS, Ambassador Carlos Hativa, Permanent Representative of Ecuador to the OAS, Mr. Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the OAS, Ambassador Nestor Mendez, Assistant Secretary General of the OAS, Ms. Isabel de San Malo, former Vice President of Panama, and Chief of the Electoral Observation Mission of the OAS in Ecuador. Good morning to all. I'd like to begin by pointing out that Ecuador and the Organization of American States have a fruitful relationship. This has been the case since Ecuador began its membership. First of all, I'd like to thank the OAS for its electoral observation missions and also for its technical support for our elections and also for training women politicians. So I would like to thank everyone who was on this electoral observation mission team led up by Ms. San Malo. Their qualities have shown that they do efficient and impartial work in the Department of Electoral Observation Cooperation. I would also like to thank those countries that helped to finance this electoral observation mission. At the same time, I would like to say that we are very happy to see the report that was just read. This is an objective and impartial and technical report, thus ratifying the best practices that we implemented during the electoral process. We were also given technical support, and so in my institution, we have been working very hard to implement them. And this has been recognized internationally. We also thank Ms. Malo for the recommendations made after the first round of voting. Most recommendations were implemented so that we could have a transparent and sure second round for our citizens. Also, we had very transparent and real-time presentation of tally sheets, the outcomes of the tally sheet counting, and we also had everything on our webpage, which allowed the public to access this information. These recommendations were very helpful. And the electoral observation mission was also key because of the tension and controversy during the elections. We specifically would like to thank the electoral observation mission for helping and supporting the peaceful resolution of any disputes that existed. I'd like to avail myself of this opportunity to state something that, although it is not part of this report, we wanted to thank SIM, the Inter-American Commission of Women, for helping us to reform our Code of Democracy, which have promoted women's participation, as well as helping us to eradicate political gender violence, which can only help our democracy. Furthermore, this final report points out that actions of other institutions that wanted to intervene in the electoral process is a concern. We are also concerned about this at the National Electoral Council because we believe that the independence of the electoral function must be protected. And this is a fundamental task of all electoral organs, but principally of the state, which must help us comply with this principle. Also, the report also talks about the priority that technology has for us in order to be able to keep on schedule with regard to our elections. With regard to this recommendation, we are now cooperating with DECO so we can bring new technology online because this is of vital importance for our elections to be held in 2023. This shows our ongoing commitment to improve our electoral institutions. We have nonetheless been efficient, and you have seen that in these last elections. Therefore, this report shows that the Ecuadorian people respect democracy, and they have done this through going to the polls. So any accusations of fraud to attack this will of the democratic process, to undermine our elections, is just a strategy to use the media. With this final report, the OAS shows to the world that Ecuador has strengthened its democracy and has improved its electoral practices and is perfecting this system with legal reforms and is an example for the region, thus recovering the credibility, creating a mutual trust between agencies of the state and our people. The task has not been easy, However, in light of the outcomes, we have been very successful. And this is thanks to the open management of the elections, the generation of consensus among all actors, the cooperation between electoral agencies and international organizations. These results would not have been possible without the aid of the permanent representative of Ecuador to the UAS, Ambassador Hativa, and we want to publicly thank him. Thank you, Ambassador, for working together with this council. We also would like to thank once again the OAS for its commitment to democracy in the region. And we also would like to state that Ecuador is and will be a country committed to consolidating democracy where we have rights and obligations, which of course depends on people being able to express their will freely at the polls. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And now we offer the floor to Ambassador Carlos Yativa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We would like to thank everyone, all of the institutional players, and for all of the recommendations that have come forth when looking at the events and with the help of various ministries. Various realities are in my country, and we wanted to underscore that we appreciated the words of the president of the Ecuadorian CNE and thank the summary report. We truly appreciate all of the comments that we had also from Panama, head of the mission and head of the EOM of the OAS, during the elections that took place in February 2021 for the second round of elections. We'd also like to thank the Secretariat for Democracy and Strengthening thereof, as well as other organizations for their support, particularly underscoring the support of the director and others involved. We truly appreciate all of the comments made, particularly those forthcoming from the OAS, and particularly in keeping with the Inter-American Democratic Charter, since a crucial role is being played by member states and the OAS when it comes to electoral processes and when it comes to strengthening democracy throughout the hemisphere, as seen in elections. The organizations continue to build this with a far-reaching knowledge of 23 different missions that are part of the pillars of the Americas. Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you to the head of the mission as well. We truly appreciate all efforts made, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Ambassador, I now open the floor up to other delegates who may have an interest in offering comments on this issue. And I see first we have from Panama, Ambassador Maria Rocaberra. You have the floor.
Gracias. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Truly, on behalf of the delegation of Panama, I would like to express to the head of the electoral mission, Mrs. Alvarado, former vice chair of Canada, first woman to be elected and appointed to be in these posts. She and the ministry represent the second woman and the youngest. They are part of a valuable group of women who are committed to the women's movement in all areas and in all opportunities. There will be others as well for women. That said, we truly appreciate the report that we heard, and we've taken due note that at the same time, we recognize the leadership in this mission, and we underscore all of the work done by the Secretariat when it comes to strengthening democracy, the efforts made to deploy this mission in the midst of the challenges because of COVID-19, and that we continue to grapple with, as well as the ability to pivot and come up with new mechanisms to continue to carry out the EOM's work, which has been sterling, and it's very important to underscore that. Once again, I'd like to reiterate the importance and the need to have more women as heads of EOMs, and thus we would like to congratulate Leila, former president, for this mission, as well as others when it comes to fleshing all of this out and developments in Costa Rica. As was already underscored previously in resolutions such as those in March 2020 entitled Representation and Participation of Women in the OAS, it is imperative that both for member states as well as in the General Secretariat and other bodies in the organization to make efforts and do the necessary adjustments so that we can guarantee participation and equal representation of women in all spheres and areas, understanding and remembering that participation of women is sine qua non to strengthen democracy. Let me conclude, Mr. Chairman, by reiterating Panama's call to continue to promote the necessary measures to ensure that women are in leadership positions so that their appointments are not the exception, but rather the norm. And with that parity, democracy will be complete. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Rukabir. We turn now to Ambassador for Canada. You have the floor, sir.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais commencer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to begin by recognizing the participation of the head of mission, Ms. Milo, as well as the chair of the National Electoral Council, Diana Atamai, for their presentations, as well as the support from the different areas behind the EOM and the OAS, as well as all that was done in Ecuador, including the role by the EOM to support discussions amongst parties after the first round of voting. Canada finds this mission very important, and it was mentioned previously that the promotion of democratic principles and leadership is a priority. It has been for Canada over the course of time in the OAS. Independent observation of elections, we believe, is necessary to ensure democratic, stable environments. And in this regard, I would like to commend and congratulate the National Electoral Council for its cooperation with the OAS to ensuring transparent observation of the electoral process. Once again, I would like to reiterate our congratulations to Ecuador for its peaceful transition and democratic transition when it comes to the law at hand. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for those remarks, Canada. I'd like to turn next to Ambassador Freedom. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General. Thank you to for the presentations by the leaders of the electoral observation missions. I would simply like to very briefly congratulate Brazil and Ecuador on their successful elections, and to reiterate the United States support for OAS electoral observation missions. The personnel who carry out these missions, sometimes under difficult conditions, sometimes subject to threats. They continue to do their jobs and do them well. And they have, I think, earned the right to what we would refer to as the gold standard of electoral observation missions in the Western Hemisphere. So congratulations to DECO, and keep up the great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I would like to offer just another round for the Chief of Mission, if she has any thoughts that she'd like to share with the group. Please.
Excuse me, Chairman. Perdone, señora Presidenta.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. We have another speaker that has asked for the floor.
Please do. Bolivia, you have the floor, sir. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ambassadors, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General. Our warmest greetings to the missions of Brazil and Ecuador, and our solidarity for the good news from Carlos Sativa. We are in deep solidarity with what has happened in that country. Thank you very much for the reports on elections in Ecuador and Brazil. We truly value the work of the electoral missions, the EOM, and also congratulations and deep-seated thanks in echoing those comments made by others and in seeing that these missions have completed their mission. While I would like to reiterate, we recognize all of these, and Bolivia once again has looked at the general elections of the 21st of October 2019. Bolivia remembers at that very important time the Department for Cooperation and Electoral Proceedings to strengthen democracy. They had questionable activities. There were illegal reports at that time, and given that, we had information with unfounded arguments. We look at the constitutional issues and the unfortunate death of 30 people in Bolivia at that time. The government and academic institutions, the very prestigious universities, concluded that this work of the UM at the time was not only deficient, but they manipulated the results and came up with improbable conclusions that looked at the breakdown of a constitutional government at that time. More grave, Mr. Chairman, is that the Secretary General of the OAS, the Secretary for Strengthening Democracy in the Department of Electoral Cooperation, thus far, has looked askance at various things, and on the 15th of December elections have not given the basic conditions, and oftentimes has looked at these events and other points that the OAS has taken up. Then finally, Mr. Chairman, we hope to have the final results of these facts and that transparency be the main characteristic of EOMs, and to have electoral audits on behalf of democracy, which is one of the main pillars of our state, and as the work that this organization has to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that oversight. I'd like to thank the delegates for offering their comments, and now I'd like to revert again back to the Chief of Mission, Her Excellency Isabel de St. Malo, for any thoughts that she might have in wrapping up. Thank you very much, please.
Microphone, please, for the speaker. Microphone, please. Do I have it now? Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary. I just have a couple of brief words once again to thank you for your indulgence that we've got today and for all the comments made by delegations and the message from the National Electoral Tribunal and the representative of Ecuador. I would also like to avail myself of this opportunity, if you don't mind, to express my solidarity to the government of Ecuador, given the natural disasters in Ecuador. We know what this means in our country, and there's no shadow of a doubt that the joint efforts made in Ecuador with the people and the authorities will be necessary to deal with this disaster and overcome it. Once again, thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence.
Appreciate that a great deal. Now, the chair suggests that the Permanent Council, number one, take note of the final report of the OAS Electoral Observations Mission in Ecuador, which are contained in document CP Doc 5755/22. Secondly, we congratulate the government and people of Ecuador on the general elections held on February 7th and its runoff on April 11th, 2021. And thirdly, we thank Her Excellency Isabel de Saint-Malo, pardon me for mispronunciation, Chief of Mission, and the members of her team for their excellent work during these electoral observations missions. There being no observations beyond this, it is so agreed that we can then move on to the next issue. The next issue deals with the Parl-Americans. We will now proceed to this next issue. This is pursuant to the request from the Permanent Mission of Canada, Paraguay, Trinidad and Tobago, contained in document CP INF 9253/22. Esteemed colleagues, Parl-Americas is the institution that promotes parliamentary democracy in the inter-American system. They facilitate the exchange of parliamentary good practices and promote cooperative political dialogue in pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. This institution, Parl-Americas, fosters the principles of transparency, accountability, citizenship participation, ethics and probity, promotes policies and legislative measures, and works towards strengthening democracy and governance through the national legislatures of all of the OAS member states. In that regard, I am pleased to welcome the OAS Permanent Council, Senator Blanca Ovilar, Senator of the Republic of Paraguay and President of Parl-Americas, as well as the Honorable Bridget Anistet George, who is the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Vice President of Parl-Americas. Senator Ovilar, we welcome you. You have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Warm greetings to everybody, Mr. Chairman, Chair of the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States, Ambassador Warren Everson Larrick Hull, Chair of the Permanent Council of the OAS, Permanent Representative of St. Kitts and Nevis, Secretary General Luis Almagro, distinguished ASG, Nestor Mendez, distinguished ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to address you as President of Parl-Americas. As you are well aware, Parl-Americas is the interparliamentary institution created by the parliaments of the hemisphere. In 2001, in response to Resolution 1673 of the OAS General Assembly. Thanks to the commitment of the parliaments of the Americas and the Caribbean and the good offices of Canada, an institution for the participation of legislatures in the inter-American system was established. That historic decision was based on the need to promote opportunities for the exchange of experiences amongst the democratic institutions of member states, particularly among their legislative bodies, and on the recognition of the importance of having the contributions of parliamentarians, the depositaries of the will of the people, as legitimate and necessary interlocutors in the discussion of matters of hemispheric importance. Thus, as a product of this spirit of cooperative political dialogue, the same spirit that guides the OAS, Parlamericas, was established, hand in hand with the parliaments of the Americas and the Caribbean, to strengthen democratic governance in the region. To fulfill this purpose, the creation of Parlamericas was officially announced at the third Summit of the Americas held in Quebec, Canada. Since its inception, the institution has brought together the national legislatures of member countries. It's no coincidence that our creation coincided with the year in which the Inter-American Democratic Charter was approved. The hemispheric political context required more and better efforts to promote and consolidate democracies, which is why various instruments for strengthening democracy were created in response to the critical situation in the region. The balance in regional representation and equal participation of each of the member parliaments is a central conviction of the organization that is reflected, for example, in the composition of the thematic parliamentary networks, collegiate spaces, responsible for leading our work around three pillars: gender equality, climate change, and open parliaments. These three major themes were identified by parliamentarians as central and priority issues. I had the honor of chairing the Open Parliament Network, a space in which we have been able to identify and promote legislative strategies to ensure transparency, accountability, citizen participation, and ethics and probity in the parliamentary sphere. We have come a long way, but there are also many challenges ahead to continue bringing the legislative power closer to citizens with responsibility that comes with being elected representatives of our people. Particularly when people understand how important this is. And particularly, it is worth noting that since our creation, national parliaments, recognizing the need for a space of this nature, have actively participated in Parlamericas, investing time and resources to position the organization as an interparliamentary institution. That's why we believe this is one of the main pillars that we have. And there's a lot of ground that has yet to be covered, but we also have a lot of different challenges before us to continue moving closer to citizens' participation legislation with the responsibility that all of this goes along with in the hands of our elected officials. I would like to underscore that we recognize the need to have spaces where parliaments have participated so that we can position all of the work that is being done and recognizes that strengthening cooperation is necessary in the region. Our fruitful relationship with the OAS has been strengthened over time, thanks, among other reasons, to the signing of 2 memoranda of understanding, in which, based on the recognition of common objectives and complementarity between both organizations, coordinated work and the exchange of information are promoted. This commitment to collaboration is also expressed with the participation of Mr. Francisco Guerrero, Secretary for the Strengthening of Democracy of the OAS in the Par-Americas Council. Regarding Par-Americas participation in the Inter-American system, our active and diverse membership, represented by the legislatures of the hemisphere, recognizes that strengthening cooperation between the executive and legislative branches of the countries of the Americas and the Caribbean is crucial for advancing democracy, human rights, multidimensional security, and sustainable development. These are pillars that the OAS upholds and that are causes we share in Par-Americas. The importance of insisting on multilateralism, and despite the challenges, and promoting cooperation, articulation, and coordination amongst powers at the highest level in the inter-American system is particularly evident in a complex political context characterized by serious challenges to democratic governance, political polarization, and citizen distrust in institutions. That is why, since our inception, fulfilling one of the foundations of our creation, Par-Americas has facilitated the role of parliaments in the Summits of the Americas process. Today, global phenomena such as the COVID-19 pandemic and its socioeconomic and public health effects expose the interconnected and interdependent nature of our countries and confirm the urgent need to work in a coordinated manner to address common and structural problems associated with inequality, poverty, and the difficulties faced by states in promoting equitable and sustainable economic progress. And it is precisely in the face of these difficult circumstances that Par-Americas has a consolidated and active space to exercise parliamentary diplomacy, an instrument that can accompany the efforts of the executive to, within the framework of complementarity, contribute to the promotion of the democratic principles on which the inter-American system has been built. The pluralistic nature and the ability to reach consensus, hallmarks of the legislative branch, are vital for facilitating dialogue, resolving disputes, and lending legitimacy to decision-making in democracy. Many of the problems facing our hemisphere know no national borders. They require cooperation and regional vision. We know that the challenges that we face are enormous for everyone. So we understand that this requires cooperation and regional vision for the long run. We know that challenges we face are enormous, but we are confident that this political dialogue will allow us to continue strengthening the quality of our democracies, in which parliamentarians and representatives of our peoples play a decisive role. I truly appreciate, on behalf of Par-Americas and all the parliaments that comprise it, the OAS. I thank the OAS and its agencies for their collaborative work in these first 20 years of our organization. We will continue on our path in the years to come to guarantee human rights in our hemisphere, to contribute to substantive debates, to the creation of innovative and inclusive public policies, and to the construction of more open and effective legislatures. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone, Secretary General Luis Almagro, Mr. Mendez, Chair of the Permanent Council, and everyone who has given me the floor, and I thank you for your indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now offer the floor to the Honorable Bridget Anisette George, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Vice President of PAL Americas. You have the floor, please.
Chairman of the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States, Ambassador Warren Everson Alaric Hull, Permanent Representative of St. Kitts and Nevis, Secretary General Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez, Ambassador Anthony Philip Spencer of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, distinguished ambassadors, good afternoon. Your Excellencies, it is an honor to address you as Vice President of PAL Americas. From the moment we take our oaths of office as parliamentarians, we commit to fulfill our roles as representatives and advocates of our constituents, as overseers of the executives, and the lawmakers who demand, promote, and create the regulatory frameworks that will tangibly improve the lives of our populations. We are acutely aware that for us to effectively accomplish our roles, the safeguarding of a healthy planet and maintaining sustainable national economies are fundamental, if not critical. Our mandate, therefore, is not an inconsequential one. For the past 20 years, through PAL Americas, parliamentarians from across the Americas and the Caribbean have come together, ready to dialogue on and explore solutions to the complex challenges which confront our hemisphere. As noted by our President, Senator Ovilar, the concerns which our members share encompass, but are by no means limited to concerns over worsening social inequities, labor markets that undervalue the work of many women and men, a climate crisis that requires far more ambitious prevention and mitigation measures and adaptation support, the numerous threats posed by disinformation, and an increasing, disconcerting, and potentially destructive loss of confidence in public institutions. As representatives of the executive and as legislators, we are well aware that robust democracies are built on the separate but interconnected powers of our legislative, executive, and judicial branches. The balances built into our respective functions allow us to govern harmoniously and with the will of the people not only at the heart, but at the forefront of decision-making processes. We legislators have a crucial responsibility to ensure effective budget expenditures, to pass fair laws, and to oversee policies and programs produced by the executive branch. If you permit the analogy, we see ourselves as responsible for the choreography that shapes the government's performance, meeting the needs and expectation of an audience, the public, who is deeply engrossed in the actions on the stage and ready to critique when the expectation of performance are unmet. Given the uncertainties and polarizations that currently characterize our world, and more particularly our hemisphere, it is more urgent than ever that the actions of our branches, executive and legislature, are well coordinated, that our institutional ties are strong. Our channels of communication must be open and regular. An ongoing exchange between our branches of government in such high-level spaces as this represents an essential opportunity to strengthen democratic dialogue and to transform it into meaningful action. For this reason, PAL Americas tracks the commitments that our governments assume and raises awareness around those commitments. This allows our members to design, advance, and oversee frameworks for the successful implementation of government's commitments. We therefore value the agreements reached by various bodies that encompass the Organization of American States, and we dialogue on the implications of those agreements. These agreements are indeed roadmaps for progress in our hemisphere. Parliamericans additionally facilitates parliamentary engagement in our hemisphere on the agreements assumed at the international level through UN fora such as the Paris Agreement, Sustainable Development Goals, and the Commission on the Status of Women. In turn, our own parliamentary debates and outputs reference important interactions with executive authorities and processes. The interparliamentary delegations that convene at Parliamericas meetings adopt political declarations that identify clear actions to guide our work in our respective parliaments. Within these parliamentary declarations are our own calls to action for our governments to take coherent actions towards the fulfillment of commitments made. To this end, we invite you to take note of some of the key recommendations in the interparliamentary declarations we have released in the past year. Greater investments in social and environmental protections, stronger mechanisms for citizen participation, and policies to guarantee the health, well-being, and prosperity of our people, grounded solidly in human rights and responsive to the realities of our rapidly changing and increasingly digitized world. I can also personally attest to the practical value of Parliament America's specialized guidance and resources at a national level. As the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the past 7 years, I have had a privileged view of the positive impact of Parliamericas' work on my Parliament. In the interest of time, I offer 2 examples. Being committed to taking steps towards the adoption of gender budgeting in my country, I was able to rely on Parliamericas to support us with resources and connect us with specialists. Further, in the coming weeks, the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago will be offering a workshop for all parliamentarians on the circular economy with Parliamericas, which will allow us to strengthen our knowledge base on transitioning our economic models for a greener future. My Parliament also joined with Parliamericas and Civil, the Caribbean Women in Leadership, in offering a program that empowered young women from diverse backgrounds, giving them skills and confidence to be transformational leaders in their communities. 2 cohorts of young women have since filled the seats of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, contributing their voices through rigorously prepared, evidence-based political debate from a gender-responsive and inclusive perspective, leaving me very inspired and hopeful for our future as a country with such impressive up-and-coming political leaders. I was also heartened to see this program being taken up by the Parliament of Antigua and Barbuda, with forthcoming iterations in St. Lucia and other parliaments in the region. It is noteworthy that since Parliamericas was created 20 years ago, it has evolved into a working space that is highly regarded among the parliaments of CARICOM countries. Currently, there is the highest representation in our institution's history of Caribbean parliaments on the Parliamericas board. It also speaks volumes that it is the presiding officers of the Caribbean parliaments who occupy these seats on our board. This is testimony that Parlamerica's work is both valued and relevant to our reality as small island states. I am certain that you will agree that we are at an unprecedented and critical juncture in our hemisphere's history. Leaning into the productive multilateral spaces at our disposal will help us to approach the challenges and opportunities before us with a collaborative, collective mindset. This year's theme for the Summit of Americas, Building a Sustainable, Resilient, and Equitable Future, invites us to ensure that no one is left behind in political decision-making of any type, and that our actions today are not going to compromise the health of our planet or to future generations. As members of the legislatures of the Americas and the Caribbean, we affirm our dedication to this vision for the future. And I am pleased to say that Parlamerica's work is well aligned to contribute to a strong foundation for the achievement of this vision. On this basis, we wish to propose that our exchanges in OAS spaces become more frequent and seek to further strengthen the relationship between our respective organizations in the decades to come. I thank you all for the time and attention given to us this morning, and I wish you all the best in your continued work and deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished representative of parliamentarians, for your interventions. I now offer the floor to the delegations. I first see Washington Abdallah. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to thank the President and Vice President of Parlamerica's for their very thorough reports. I want to confess that it has been very motivating, because if something is necessary in our times, in our continent, what we need is unity. I was in the legislature in my past life, and I think I understand the soul of this institution, the legislative branch, and let's not deny it. At this time, our citizens are anxious, they have great expectations for our legislators, and they demand results given the problems we are facing now. And parliaments have advantages and disadvantages. Since it's a collective organ, it can reflect slowly on issues, and that means it can think slowly about things. And that's an advantage, but it can be a disadvantage as well. Now, parliaments need time to reflect on issues. They cannot give immediate responses. However, in the times in which we live, the speed of real-time events means that parliaments must start to act in keeping with this real-time speed, and I think that's one of the problems we face. Society demands we act faster, but we don't always act at that speed. And we have this tension also with the executive at times, prime ministers, but we need to iron out those issues. But at any rate, I really wanted to just say that I thought these reports were wonderful, that they were very timely, that they spoke about climate change, gender, diversity. These are issues that we need to face, and if we do so in our region, I believe it's the only way to move forward. Sometimes we see countries with a specific profile, a specific ideology. Other countries have other policies and ideologies. I think that when we think about the hemisphere in Bolivarian terms, as far as unity is concerned, and we look north, to be quite frank, we need to act in a united way. And perhaps this is trivial, but sometimes I don't think we understand that our strength is unity, and we must act from a unified stance vis-a-vis the rest of the world. We have a common history, and we have gone through different historical events together, colonialism. This has to do with our economic convergence in the region. We are tired of saying it. We are one of the richest hemispheres as far as natural resource is concerned, but something's gone awry because we have so many gaps. So we need to have forum where we can overcome our differences, and I think that this is laudable when we make these efforts. And legislators are trained to do this. They are trained to sit with their rivals and find a path forward and find common texts. And this must happen region-wide. So I thought that it was important that Parlaméricas has a closer relationship with Parlaméricas. Let's not just leave this in writing and theory. Let's do this. Let's find real paths, roadmaps that can define where we want to go and what are the outcomes we expect. And thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We next have Jamaica. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary General Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez, ambassadors, interim representatives, alternate representatives, specially invited guests, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as this is the first time I'm taking the floor under your chairmanship, please accept my sincere congratulations on your appointment. My delegation pledges its full support as you fulfill the various tasks as chair of this esteemed council. Kindly permit me to also extend on behalf of the Permanent Mission of Jamaica our sincere condolences to the people of Ecuador on the loss of lives, serious injuries to others, and damage to infrastructure as a result of flooding on Monday from heavy rains. I thank the presenters for the informative presentations, which shed light on the work and activities of Parlaméricas, an organization that brings together parliamentarians from countries in the Americas. Since the establishment of Parlaméricas in 2001, Jamaica has played an active and constructive role in its work. which is in keeping with our own vision to build a better and more inclusive society based on inter alia equality, transparency, and probity. It has been especially rewarding working with like-minded partners as we tackle issues surrounding gender equality, the environment and climate change, promoting accountable, responsible, and transparent parliaments across the hemisphere, as we are convinced that better parliaments make better decisions. In this context, in early 2018, the Jamaican Parliament hosted the Parliamericas Interparliamentary Meeting on Gender Equality, with a view to building partnerships to transform gender relations and to promote the elimination of gender inequality throughout the hemisphere. The meeting was attended by 60 parliamentarians, government and parliamentary staff, researchers and representatives of international agencies and civil society organizations from 10 countries, in a series of working sessions that examined how multi-sector collaborations can foster positive cultural and legal changes. We welcome the work of Parliamericas and look forward to continuing the collaborations and the further strengthening of the bonds which have developed between the organization and the Parliament of Jamaica. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. Next, we'd like to hear from Embassy Annabelle Bueno, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, Secretary General Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez, distinguished representatives of Parliamericas and permanent representatives and alternate representatives. Since this is the first time I have spoken, I would like to tell Ambassador Hall that we congratulate him and are happy to see him presiding over this permanent council, and we wish him great success. We thank Canada, Paraguay, and Trinidad and Tobago for having asked this to be included on our order of business. And we recognize the contributions of Parliamericas during its 20 years of existence. It has strengthened democratic processes and has become a leadership forum to be able to debate issues of common interest, climate change, open parliament, gender equality, among others. With regard to this latter issues, Parliamericas and other agencies is leading up a project on women's leadership, which is to help women's organizations with the participation of national parliaments, which allows for women's leadership. The Senate and the House of Representatives of the Dominican Republic are actively participating in Parliamericas activities. Since 2013 to 2016, the Dominican Republic was part of the Parliamericas board and represented the Caribbean region to try to promote citizen participation and other issues. We have worked together with Parliamericas on many activities, and we also saw this in the 2017 meeting that took place in Buenos Aires, and we had a speech given by our representative. We were also part of the campaign of 2020 to try to eliminate violence against women. Parliamericas has also cooperated with our agencies and embassies to organize meetings and panels on very important issues such as respecting women's rights, non-violence against women, gender perspective, and the importance of women's participation in public decision-making. and specifically with regard to our permanent mission, also women's economic empowerment to fight violence and discrimination. This was also organized thanks to the permanent mission of Spain. This was a side event for when we were chairing the Permanent Council. We reiterate to Parlamericas our thanks for their support for this event, and we hope that we can collaborate Parlamericas in the future with regard to regional national issues. Thank you very much, Chair.
Dominican Republic, I'd like to turn next to Belize. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, I must thank Senator Blanca Avella and the Honorable Brigade Anisette George for their informative presentations. And I also want to thank the delegations of Canada, Paraguay, and Trinidad and Tobago for having included this in the order of business today. Chair, as we have heard, Parlamericas is the institution that promotes parliamentary democracy in the inter-American system. And in addition to promoting good parliamentary practices, it also organizes consultations and builds multi-stakeholder partnerships with young leaders and civil society organizations. Very importantly, Parlamericas promotes policies and legislative measures to mitigate and adapt to the effects of climate change, something that is very important to the countries in this region. And of course, the institution also strongly promotes gender equality. So clearly, Parlamericas is doing important work in strengthening the democracies of the Americas. And I think it behooves all of us to continue to use the institution to help to ensure that our democracies deliver positive results for our people. In 2021, at the 13th gathering of the Parliamentary Network for Gender Equality, which was titled Bolstering Social Protection Beyond COVID-19, What the Data Tells Us, the Honorable Valerie Woods, Belize's Speaker of the House of Representatives, expressed that sentiment when she said, "It will fall on all of us to take our learning and apply it in our legislative work to contribute to strengthening our national social protection systems based on principles of human rights, non-discrimination, and universal access." This is made even more pressing in the context of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, as its direct health impacts and ripples are being felt unequally in the socio-economic realm of our populations. So, Mr. Chair, to be short, Belize is very happy to be involved with the Parlamericas, and we are grateful for the institution's positive impact. We look forward to continuing Belize's participation and to keep enjoying the mutually beneficial interactions that the institution provides. Again, congratulations to the presenters, and a big thank you to Canada, Paraguay, and Trinidad and Tobago for that item on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Young. We now have next the representative for Paraguay. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As one of the opponent delegations for this point on the agenda with Trinidad and Tobago and Canada, we're very happy to have the chair, the president, and the vice president of Parlamericas. This has been 20 years of ongoing tireless work that has been done. So in this regard, throughout the entire continent, we need committed parliaments to improve democratic national processes. This is very relevant for everyone in the Americas to have open discussions and to promote institutions that most affect our people. We thus commit to continuing to strengthen gender equality, which is iconic for all of the Americas. legislatures. We would like to greet the President, my compatriot, Mrs. Obelar, and wish her future success in all of her work with the parliamentarians for hemispheric policies to move forward. And then finally, we would like to reiterate our support for the Parliamericas mandate, the term which will be side by side with the OAS for practical outcomes. We are looking at the 9th Summit of the Americas in 2022, which will be an opportunity, a real opportunity to cooperate and come to agreements and consensuses. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Representative for Paraguay. Next, we have the representative for Chile. You have the floors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary General Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez, Mr. Chair, President and Vice Chair of the Parliamericas. I would like to begin my comments by thanking you for the reports that we got from Parliamericas, Mrs. Obelar from Paraguay, and Vice President. From the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Trinidad and Tobago, I'd like to thank you. All of the work done by Parliamericas is crucial, of great importance for the region, to have open parliaments, climate change discussions, and so much, and so on and so forth. We'd like to thank you for all of the work as it undergirds democracy. As Chile, an active member of Parliamericas, we continue our commitment to all of the work that is being done. Mr. Chairman, I would like to underscore the commitment that both houses of our government and how they cooperate actively. Right now, Javier Macaya is president of the Open Parliament Network and the second vice president of Parliamericas. Between 2019 and 2021, former president of the Speaker and the next Minister of Defense, Mrs. Fernandez, was president of the Parliamentary Network for Parliamentarians and the second vice president for parliaments. And during November, December, recently, we had the 18th plenary session of the Americas in Chile under the leadership of Mrs. Bassar and the president of the Senate Speaker, Mrs. Ricord. At that time, our Secretary General, Luis Almagro, participated, representing our organization at that very important meeting. And I would like to underscore that the House in Chile was the host parliament of the virtual meeting, Building Better Back. And this was done in July 2020 in the midst of the COVID pandemic. This was an opportunity so that the legislatures in Latin America could come together and consider environmental change, climate change, as we look towards economic recovery for all countries in the region. In 2017, the National Congress of Chile welcomed the Third Parliamentary Forum, Bending, 20 years after. This looked at the support of parliamentaries, and there were important exchanges for women and other communications. The Parliament established a network of parliamentarians that is open, that accompanies the work done by the network as we move towards legislative progress, and offered an opportunity for an exchange of good practices and experiences in terms of the work that legislatures are doing institutionally and technically. Currently, the network is chaired by Luis Rojas, Secretary of the House in Chile. Chile, along with Parliamericas, has contributed to having an open parliament in the other countries of the region under the leadership of former Senator and Minister of Justice, Mr. Frey, alongside other parliamentarians that set up a group for transparency. They have a network of parliamentarians in compliance with the Santiago Declaration on Transparency and Probity adopted in 2012. This network in 2015 was made up of Parliamericas governance, and it was an opportunity to continue to support open democracies, open legislatures, pulling together synergies for all players in the region. Mr. Chairman, the role of legislatures in our countries is crucial. They represent the representation, diverse and dynamic representation across the board. And similarly, the executive branches talk all the time, and at the same time, parliamentarians also should have an opportunity to build synergies that benefit everyone. The commitment with Parliamericas is there. We are proud to welcome in our continent forever all the cooperation that is necessary. I was honored to be a deputy in Chile for 10 years, and this work is with a deep-seated commitment, building negotiations and opening doors that will allow us to move ahead. The experience of these 3 different terms in the Parliament, I share with the organization, and particularly with all the representatives and permanent observers. We have been legislators, we are lawmakers, and this has been a role played alongside them and mirrors the constant work building bridges, accepting differences, and also contributing to diversity, not only of different nationalities, but also leaderships. We value the contribution made by the OAS with the parliamentarians, and I'd like to underscore Mr. Moises Panamar, supporting representative institutions, and one of the parliamentarians we value. Once again, we'd like to congratulate you, congratulate all the speakers, and recognize all the missions of Canada, Paraguay, Trinidad and Tobago for their insisting on putting this item on the agenda today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
We turn our attention next to the representative for Colombia. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We truly appreciate the missions of Canada, Trinidad and Tobago, and Paraguay for proposing to put this item on the agenda today, as well as the Honorable Senator Blanca Ovelar from Paraguay, President of Parliamericas, and the Honorable St. George, President of the House of Representatives of Trinidad and Tobago, actual Speaker and Vice President of Parliamericas. The presentations show how there is a view to deepen dialogue in the Americas. This is one of the tasks that we should not look at askance. We should not overlook experiences for exchanges among democratic institutions in member states, particularly in the bodies that we represent. At the same time, we have to underscore that it's indispensable to have interparliamentary dialogue to promote the highest political commitments and strengthening democracy. We constantly discuss in this forum how imperative it is to preserve the independence of public powers as one of the pillars of representative democracy. A legislative that is elected periodically in a free way. And this pays witness to representative democracy as the sine qua non for stability, peace, and development throughout the region. The absence of an autonomous, transparent legislature co-opted by other powers is an issue that we could never justify within the framework of inter-American values. We underscore the fact that for Parliamericas, they will continue to open up opportunities for dialogue, and parliamentarians of the hemisphere and other opportunities. It is through this mechanism that legislatures, lawmakers will have a source to know and hear about good practices, transparency, and access to information, accountability, participation of all citizens, ethics, probity in parliamentary work. And similarly, this forum represents, given their competencies, an opportunity to work on regional and worldwide global issues of interest. It is apt to underscore the commitment of countries like Canada that have shown with this initiative over the last 2 decades how important it is. 3 interparliamentary fora have been hosted by them in Ottawa, which is headquarters of the Parliamericas group. Mr. Chairman, from the very origin of Parliamericas in 2001, the hemisphere has together gone through a lot of different changes and different achievements, including the onset of the pandemic. And that's why it's very important to deepen regional cooperation, which will make it possible for our institutions to learn together and live through successful initiatives and best practices. We are very enthusiastic with an opportunity to have in this context all of the contributions of the main interparliamentary forum for dialogue in our region. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
And I'd like to thank you, Ambassador. Next, we have the representative for Costa Rica. You have the floor.
I'd like to warmly greet Secretary General Luz Almagro, ASG, Nestor Mendez, permanent representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to all those delegations of Canada, Paraguay, and Trinidad and Tobago for requesting putting this very important point on the order of business today, the agenda. We would like to thank you, Mrs. Ovelar, from Paraguay, President of Parliamericas, for your presentation, and Honorable Speaker of the House in Trinidad and Tobago for her sharing and her comments. Parliamericas works to strengthening democracy and governance in the hemisphere, supporting the parliamentarians in all of their work and their legislative efforts for an exchange of good practices and promoting political cooperative dialogue amongst parliamentarians and other organizations and civil society, regionally and nationally. Currently, Costa Rica is represented by Mrs. Solis in the Parliamericas Council, representing Central America. Paula Vega is vice chair of the Climate Change Network in Parliamericas for Central America, and Deputy is president of the Open Parliament Network of Parliamericas as representative of Central America. With all of the work Parliamericas has done, I would like to underscore the open parliament and underscore the important leadership in the region. We welcomed and had the second meeting of Parliamericas in 2017 based on citizens' participation. We opened up a dialogue with the different legislatures with a view to promoting different activities that would end up in institutional policies and a plan of action for an open state for 2019-2020. Costa Rica, working alongside Parliamericas and the regional authorities on climate change, organized a parallel session in pre-COP in Costa Rica for 2019. We looked at best practices amongst the various stakeholders, climate governance, inclusive and effective governance, and contributions so that we could have a transition towards a more harmonized world. Costa Rica was host to the 17th plenary Panama session, which was virtual last November, and in which lawmakers of the Americas talked about different economic or circular economic models and sustainable development for all of society and the environment, as well as best legislative practices and economic recovery to overcome the deep-seated socioeconomic impact and deep-seated inequalities in the region caused by COVID-19. The work that Parliamericas does with Costa Rica is of utmost importance for development, which is geared toward promoting parliamentary participation on topics that are relevant for the region, open parliament, climate change, as well as others. And it's really very important to have this positioned on the public agenda and promote the importance of circular economy given the effects of climate change and the meaning it has in economic recovery plans because of COVID-19. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica. We now turn our attention to the representative for Canada. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It was an honor for us to be able to present this as a possible agenda item along with Trinidad and Tobago and Paraguay, and I'd like to thank you and the members of this organization for accepting this as an item, and also to thank Senator Blanco Aguilar and the Honorable Bridget Anisette George for their presentations this morning. Canada's been a consistent and steadfast supporter of Parl-Americas since 2001. Some have noted Canada had the honor of hosting the inaugural meeting of the Interparliamentary Forum of the Americas at that time. And our support for this work and for the organization stems from our belief that enhanced parliamentary cooperation contributes to the strengthening of democracy and good governance. This is one of the key strengths of Parl-Americas, particularly as we've been witnessing democratic backsliding in the region. It's work building capacity and increasing cooperation across an impressive network of legislatures. And in fact, it's been terrific this morning to hear from some of my colleagues who've benefited from that cooperation. It's important for improving democracy and important for improving democratic oversight, as others have mentioned as well. Mr. Chair, I just want to add a few more words and I will continue in French. De plus, l'importance
the importance that Parl-Americas has in promoting an open parliament, gender equality, and issues concerning climate change has to do with gender mainstreaming and is part of Canada's approach. And this allows us to move ahead regionally. Thanks to the project and the effectiveness or efficiency of parliaments, there are 314 parliamentarians throughout the region, and they participated in activities that shore up transparency and democracy, as well as dealing with other issues, gender equality and climate change. Canada would like to underscore and continue to support its partnership with Parl-Americas as a founding member of the working group on women's leadership in the OAS. And we would like to contribute our expertise for women's parliamentarians, looking at their role and the activities with the working group so that women's leadership can move ahead in the Americas. We truly appreciate Parl-Americas' work alongside legislators in the region and other members, as well as our commitment to supporting this very important work. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We now turn our attention to Ambassador Lynch. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chairman, let me first begin by congratulating you on assuming the chair, as this is the first time that I'll speak under your chairmanship. Also, to the greetings to the Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General, and to all of my colleagues this afternoon. I am pleased to report here that Barbados is very pleased that this particular item was placed on the agenda. And I want to thank both the President and the Vice President of Parl-Americas, Senator Blanca Ovelar and the Honorable Bridget Anisette George, and thanks to them for their contributions, and to those countries that sponsored this particular item, Canada, Trinidad and Tobago, and Paraguay. Any opportunity to deepen dialogue in the Americas is particularly important for the government and the people of Barbados. Parliamericas is an important organization that represents, in our opinion, a pivotal variable in our socioeconomic development. This is bringing Parliament and its workings closer to our citizens. We believe that this is a fundamental pillar of socioeconomic development in any democracy. The legislative branch is usually the most powerful branch in government, not only because of the powers given to it by the Constitution, but also by the implied powers that the legislature has. There's also the Parliament's ability to triumph over the checks and balances that sometimes limit their powers. Now, because of this, we are sometimes apt to place lesser emphasis because of their power on the development of the legislative branch when compared to the administrative and judicial branches. But constant institutional reforms are necessary to ensure that this branch is developed equally. Therefore, the issue of the training of parliamentarians, the structures and natures of how Parliament functions is particularly important to all of us. And it is in that context that Barbados, as a country, has, from its inception, the Parliament of Barbados has actively participated in the consolidation and work of Parliamericas since its inception. Barbados participated in the inaugural meeting for the creation of Parliamericas, then known as the Inter-Parliamentary Forum of the Americas, in Ottawa, in Canada, in March of 2001. And we have participated on a regular basis as a member of its governing body since its founding. Since 2018, the Parliament of Barbados has been represented on the Parliamericas board by His Honor Arthur E. Holder, who is the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Barbados. Barbados and Parliamericas form a strategic relationship based on the three pillars enunciated by Parliamericas. That is, of course, gender equality, open parliament, and climate change. And we are pleased to report that Parliamericas has rendered technical assistance to Barbados in the forms of workshops and expertise to that end. Inclusive to that, there have been many seminars conducted by Parliamericas throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. And in the interest of time, we will highlight just a few. In 2018, Transformational Leadership on Gender Equality in the Caribbean, Regional Strategies and Leadership, where our Prime Minister, the Honorable Mayor Amor Motley, gave a feature address. Now, this is significant as she became, that time, the first woman to be elected Prime Minister of Barbados earlier that year. Prime Minister Motley and Dame Billy Miller also participated in other webinars covering sustainable development and women's empowerment and in promoting gender transformational leadership to meet national development priorities. In 2019, on the pillar of climate change, Barbados was represented by His Honor the Speaker Arthur Holder at that assembly at the fourth gathering of the Parliamentary Network on Climate Change. In addition to attending sessions, Barbados represented on advancing climate action through legislation and parliamentary oversight. The title of the presentation was Overcoming Obstacles and Seizing Opportunities for Implementing Carbon Market and Non-Market Mechanisms. In February of 2020, Barbados held a meeting highlighting gender equality pillars, building a coordinated position for Caribbean negotiations on Beijing Plus 25. More than 60 parliamentarians and members of various organizations focused on the work of advancing gender equality. Dame Billy Miller, Ambassador Extraordinaire, and Cynthia Ford, the Minister responsible for People Empowerment and Elder Affairs of Barbados, were present. In November of 2020, the 17th Plenary Assembly, exploring the circular economy and its potential, the President of the Senate, His Honorable Reginald Farley, highlighted the green economy recovery approaches that were being taken in Barbados. Just this past year, in November 2021, Speaker Holder chaired a virtual meeting of the Caribbean presiding officers on open parliament to develop a plan to support regional collaboration among Caribbean parliamentarians on the implementation of the Parliamericas roadmap towards legislative openness, and specifically to advance progress on the 4 pillars of open parliament: transparency, accountability, citizen participation, ethics, and probity. So Barbados has played an integral role in ensuring that Parliamericas continues its work. Also, because Parliamericas seems to mostly focus on parliaments in the Americas, we are pleased to report as well that the collaboration between the Parliamericas and the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association becomes pivotal to us, and there's a memorandum of understanding that is soon to be put in place between those two organizations. Mr. Chair, as a former member of Parliament myself in both the upper and lower house of Barbados, I am pleased to report that this continues to be an important organization in our development structures. I'm obliged to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We will next have from the representative of Panama. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegate from Panama truly appreciates putting this item on the agenda today and truly appreciates the participation of Blanca Villar, Senator of the Republic of Paraguay, and the Honorable Bridget Anisette George, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Trinidad and Vice President of Parliamericas. We truly appreciate those presentations and the valuable work that they are doing. Panama was represented by its active participation in the structure of the Parliament of the Americas and promotes approaches that prize gender equality, open parliament, and climate change. Here, the National Assembly Chair, Mrs. Harding, is Vice Chair of the Parliamentary Network for Gender Equality for Central America. And Fernando Arce is a representative to the Parliamentary Council. Of all the work that has been done in Parliamericas, we feel that it's important to underscore one of the most recent bits of work, and that is the legislative impact for young people. This is to promote the participation of young Panamanians, both girls and boys alike. This is for an initiative to have inclusive eco-tourism in Panama. The chair of Panama had a thematic fora so that we could have a regional discussion of the open parliament. And through this exchange of experiences and best practices and promoting legislative ways and means through technical skills, we paid attention to this for all parliamentarians. And a multidisciplinary group was set up that guarantees sustainability of all of these efforts. They'll be long-lasting. On the other hand, Panamanian Parliament got the support of Parliamericas and all of the efforts to once again set up new mechanisms or practices to promote and oversee implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, also contributing to establishing a parliamentary group to accompany the legislative work in this area. These are just some examples of the cooperation that we have between Panama and Parliamericas. We continue and will continue to work to the benefit of all of our peoples. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We next have the representative for Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. As you continue your excellent chairmanship of the business of this council, and I begin by expressing the appreciation of the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago to you for including this topic on today's agenda. Chair, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Senator Blanca Ovela, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Bridget Anisette George, distinguished colleagues, Trinidad and Tobago has joined the delegations of Canada and Paraguay today in requesting that, essentially, in tandem with our recent commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, that we pause to recognize and recall the importance of the work of the Inter-American Parliamentary Forum of the Americas more commonly known to us as Parl-Americas. Trinidad and Tobago is deeply grateful for the insightful and inspiring presentations delivered to our Permanent Council by the distinguished President and Vice President of Parl-Americas on the achievements and outlook of this important independent regional body. We also extend a special welcome to our own Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and current Vice President of Parl-Americas, the Honorable Bridget Anizette George. This delegation also places on record its appreciation for the faithful work of the Parl-Americas Secretariat and its Director General through the support of the Government of Canada. On this milestone occasion of the 20th anniversary of Parl-Americas, the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago reiterates its commendation to the General Assembly of this organization for its foresight in establishing Parl-Americas through Resolution 1673 of 1999. This action demonstrated the collective commitment of OAS member states to upholding the basic tenets of democracy and the rule of law through cooperation among our parliaments. The delegation of Trinidad and Tobago wishes to highlight with pleasure that Parl-Americas has also placed significant focus on promoting gender equality and women's empowerment, increasing actions to mitigate and adapt to the effects of climate change, and actions that facilitate the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is for these reasons that the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago continues to be an active member of Parl-Americas, represented at this time by the distinguished co-leadership provided by the Honorable Bridget Anizette George, as presented in her compelling case to highlight the value of Parl-Americas to all countries in this hemisphere. Despite being a young nation, upholding democracy and democratic institutions has always been at the core of our governance. In fact, our first Prime Minister, the late Dr. Eric Williams, during his address to citizens on the first day of our country's independence, asserted that, and I quote, "The first responsibility that devolves upon you is the protection and promotion of your democracy," end of quote. The spirit and letter of those words continue to guide the conduct of our institutions and our citizens today. This year, Trinidad and Tobago will celebrate its 60th anniversary of independence on August 31st. Over those past 60 years, we have faced diverse challenges. However, one thing that we uphold with pride is our continued respect for democracy, democratic institutions, and human rights. Our steadfast commitment to these principles inspires our continued engagement in the work of Parl-Americas. In closing, Chair, I wish to share again a few more thoughts on democracy by our country's first Prime Minister, the late Dr. Eric Williams, who we look forward to honoring soon at the Hall of Heroes at the headquarters of this organization. During his independence speech, Dr. Williams reminded, and I quote, "Democracy means more, much more, than the right to vote and one vote for every man and every woman of the prescribed age. Democracy means recognition of the rights of others. Democracy means equality of opportunity for all in education, in the public service, and in private employment. Democracy means the protection of the weak against the strong. Democracy means responsibility of the government to its citizens, the protection of the citizens from the exercise of arbitrary power and the violation of human freedoms and human rights. The delegation of Trinidad and Tobago is convinced that the work of Parl-Americas serves this purpose." I thank you, Chair.
The floor,
Mr.
please.
Chairman, you're on mute.
Terribly sorry. Think I'm okay now?
Yes.
Very good. Sorry about that. Thank you very much, the Ambassador for Trinidad and Tobago. We now have next the representative from Mexico. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. We welcome the initiatives of Trinidad, Tobago, Paraguay, and Canada. We thank the President and the Vice President of Parlamericas for their reports and for sharing the valuable work that legislators do in this regional forum. Plurality and seeking consensus, which are criticized often, are essential work of parliamentarians. And so we need to continue to promote this. So we have multilateralism, which can actually serve us and respect diversity. Legislatures have an important role to play, and this is increasingly important at an international level. Mexico recognizes that Parlamericas can allow us to strengthen multilateral ties and establish cooperation between parliamentarians of the hemisphere. We are very happy to have 3 important Mexican legislators in Parlamericas. For example, Senator Veronica Camino, who is leading up the Parliamentarian Network for Gender Equality, and also a senator who is the president of the Parliamentarian Network for Climate Change, as well as Mexicans in other important positions. During its 20 years of history, and given the pandemic that we are facing, we see that we need to address many issues which Parlamericas is dealing with. And this is a relevant fora to be able to look at these in the inter-American system and can contribute to the parliamentarians' exchanges in the region. Thank you very much.
Very much, the representative for Mexico. We next turn to the representative for Guatemala. You have the floor, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. My delegation thanks Canada, Paraguay, and Trinidad and Tobago for the proposal to bring to the attention of our council the issue of Parlamericas. And we also appreciate the interventions of the Honorable President and Vice President of Parlamericas, Senator Blanca Ovelar of Paraguay, and Bridget Anicet George of Trinidad and Tobago. We would also like to thank the International Secretariat of Parlamericas, its Director General Alicia Torres, and her team for their dedication in undertaking this important work that they are doing in Ottawa. Now, recently, Parlamericas celebrated its 20th anniversary, as well as the Inter-American Democratic Charter. And so my delegation would underscore that hemispheric parliamentarian dialogues can help us to overcome challenges and address our common needs. Legislators have an important role to play in building and proposing initiatives and reforms to promote the democratic principles and practices that we cherish, as well as economic, social, and cultural initiatives. In that sense, Guatemala would like to highlight some of the achievements that we've seen in recent years, thanks to Parlamericas. The creation of the Parliamentarian Network for Gender Equality, which was originally called the Women's Parliamentarian Group, as well as the Inter-American Task Force on Women's Leadership. The creation of the Parliamentarian or Open Parliament Network, which is part of the open network and of the network for parliamentarian legislative assistance, also the Parliamentarian Network for Climate Change, the Group for Women's Leadership. Now, with regard to addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, Parlaméricas was key to maintaining strong regional ties, promoting tools so that we can have virtual work for parliamentarians, this during the crisis we've been facing. Chair, Guatemala has participated in Parlaméricas for many years. In 2017, Antigua Guatemala hosted the Parlaméricas meeting with regard to electoral processes. Also, at this meeting, we saw common challenges addressed when women are participating in politics in Central America during the electoral process. Now, with regard to Parlamérica's commitments, Guatemala has been pushing for transparency, an efficient and modern legislative process, and institutionalizing the web page of our Congress, so that we can have citizens participating in legislative bills. We also offer citizens through this webpage the main bills presented, which will be debated in our congressional plenary, and that way they can actually present comments and opinions, which are then sent to the Commission on Legislative Bills. Now, with regard to efforts as far as climate change is concerned, in March 2020, a group was created on climate change so that we could work together with Parlaméricas to analyze and promote legislative bills to seek solutions to environmental problems. Chair, Guatemala recognizes and appreciates the role of Parlaméricas as a driver for parliamentary exchanges in the inter-American system, especially with regard to open parliament, climate change, and gender equality. Thus, in keeping with our desires to have greater cooperation between Parlaméricas and the OAS, we saw that a memorandum was signed, and Guatemala encourages the General Secretariat and delegations to help SEAM and other organs to cooperate with Parlaméricas because they do a wonderful job. They are key to our inter-American system. It is an organ or an organization of critical importance to promote women's leadership in politics and the creation of equal opportunities for an equitable social development and economic development in the region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'd like to turn next to the representative for Ecuador. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I welcome the introductory remarks made by the President of Parlaméricas, Blanca Ovelar of Paraguay, and the Vice President, Honorable Bridget Anisette George, Speaker of the House of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Through the identification of public policies and legislative bills, Parlaméricas in contributing to democracies and to supporting parliamentarians. In 2020, together with the Secretariat of Parlaméricas, we organized an exchange between the speakers of the different parliaments. And we see that Parliamericas is promoting women's participation, open parliaments, and issues that have to do with climate change. Ecuador has been participating in Parliamericas and its different groups. For example, Guimen Mother is the Vice President for South America of the Open Parliament Network, and also Representative Segovia, who is involved in the Climate Change Network of Parliamericas. We also have participated in the 4th meeting of Open Parliaments that took place in Quito, and there we saw the importance of implementing measures that will allow for strengthening legislative oversight measures to fight corruption. Our Legislative Assembly also welcomed the group of Parliamericas Gender Equity Group and discussed with this group equity and promotion of women in politics. To conclude, I wanted to thank Canada, Paraguay, and Trinidad and Tobago for having requested that this issue be on the order of business. And also I want to congratulate my Ecuadorian colleague who is in Parliamericas management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We'd like to turn next to the representative for Bolivia. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We congratulate Canada, Paraguay, and Trinidad and Tobago for this brilliant initiative. Our special welcome to Senator Blanca Ovelar, Senator of the Republic of Paraguay and President of Parliamericas, and also greetings to Bridget Anisette George, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Vice President of Parliamericas. Trinidad and Tobago is a beautiful country, and we went there last week, actually. Chair, Bolivia celebrates the work of Parliamericas as an interparliamentarian forum of the Americas. And Parliamericas had a different name until 2012, or excuse me, 2010, and then it adopted the name Parliamericas. It is an important independent parliamentarian network in which we have parliamentarians from all subregions, North, South, Central America, and the Caribbean. And their objective is to promote parliamentarian exchanges in the inter-American system on important hemispheric issues such as institutionality, democracy, gender, and climate change. We congratulate its mission to strengthen national hemispheric democratic processes and contributing to our important or our common issues, or the resolution of our common issues. The head of our House of Representatives has been participating in Parliamericas. We know the importance and the transcendency of the parliamentarians' work, both within our countries and at international levels. So again, we congratulate Canada, Paraguay, and Trinidad and Tobago for this initiative, and we commit as a state and a nation to continue to contribute to these efforts. Thank you.
Next, we have the representative for the USA. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The United States takes this opportunity to express our appreciation for today's presentations by Senator Ovelar and Speaker Anisette George on behalf of Parliamericas, and also to echo our diplomatic colleagues in praising and thanking Canada, Trinidad and Tobago, and Paraguay for their work in this area. We wish to commend Parlaméricas on its 20th anniversary in working to promote dialogue among the legislatures, and legislators in our region. The United States believes it is key to promote interparliamentary cooperation and dialogue between the region's democratically elected legislators. This dialogue strengthens the work of the OAS under all four pillars and advances the principles of the OAS Charter and the Inter-American Democratic Charter. The United States Congress agrees with this important objective and has adopted legislation, the OAS Legislative Engagement Act of 2020, precisely to encourage strengthened OAS efforts to foster cooperation among the region's democratically elected legislators. It is with this in mind that we welcome today's presentation. My delegation looks forward to further engaging on this matter with other member states and with Parlaméricas to advance this key goal of strengthening the bonds of friendship, cooperation, and mutual support among the elected representatives of our peoples. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the representative for the USA. There being no further requests for the floor, I suggest that the Permanent Council thanks and takes note of the presentations made by the distinguished representatives of Parlaméricas, as well as comments made by the delegations. The chair also expresses appreciation to those delegations that requested the inclusion of this item on the order of business for this meeting. The next item on the agenda concerns the election of the chair of the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs. In that connection, I would like to remind delegations that on January 25th, 2021, through document CP-INF 9254/21, the Permanent Mission of Brazil nominated Minister Aurimo Nunes, the interim representative of Brazil, as chair of the Committee on Administrative and Budget Affairs for 2022. It should also be noted that according to Addenda 1 and 2 of document CP/INF 9254/21, this nomination has been endorsed by the delegations of Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and Venezuela. With that said, I now offer the floor to delegations. The representative from Canada, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, it's a real pleasure to take the floor for a moment this morning. Not only because this means that there'll be a successor to take on the responsibilities of chair of the CAP, that's important too, but also because the nominee this morning is such a distinguished colleague, and I know will make an excellent contribution to the work of this organization. So more formally, Mr. Chair, Canada would like to nominate Minister Orimar de Barros Nunez as chair of the Budget Committee, the CAP as we call it, for 2022. As colleagues know, he is a distinguished diplomat. He has a significant experience in in administrative and financial matters, but also an impressive background in international relations, a political science degree from the University of Brasilia, 2 master's degrees in international relations and diplomacy. And a lot of experience as a foreign service officer, a career foreign service officer. He served at the embassies of Brazil in Italy, in Paraguay, in Argentina, and Peru. And again, through much of that experience, has had the opportunity to work significantly on administrative and financial management matters, which gives us a lot of confidence that he will help steer this committee through the challenging and important work that it will be doing in the course of the year ahead. Back at headquarters, most recently, he was the head of the Africa Division at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And when he was promoted to the diplomatic rank of minister, he became director of the Department of Information Technology, position very relevant to our work and also that he held prior to joining us here at the OAS. From my own personal experience, Chair, if I could just say, I know from having worked with him that he will, as I say, be an excellent leader, make an important contribution to our work. And I would hope this morning, Mr. Chair, that others will share that sentiment and join me in supporting his election by acclamation to the position of Chair of the CAB. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ambassador for Canada, for sharing those thoughts. We now offer the floor to the representative for Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. For Colombia, it's an honor to second the nomination of Minister Barros Nunes for chairmanship of the CAP, Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs for 2022. We believe that his experience will help to build consensus at this important committee and will allow us to achieve the objectives of the organization. In that sense, Colombia proposes that he be elected by acclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. Our congratulations to Minister Nunes on his election. As chair of the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs. But I do see that we have a request for the floor. Yes, please. It is indeed for the Minister Nunes himself. You have the floor, sir.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Hull, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen alike. I'm going to be very brief in my comments. I would like to sincerely thank you for the trust that you have put in me. I would also like to thank all of you for your very generous, beautiful words, Ambassador Hugh Adsett. When you introduced me, I would also like to express my thanks and recognize the sterling work Ambassador Adsett and Ambassador Rockerberg have done heading up the CAP over the course of 2021. I thank the South American group for their trust under Ambassador Ordóñez and my colleague Ambassador Maldonado for coordinating and nominating me for your joint consideration. And also thank Argentina. Let me thank you for the support of the Masters of Diplomacy, Ambassador Baños and my colleague Bradley Frieden. And thank all of you from CARICOM SICA for all of the trust you have put in me. CAP does very important work. It's very challenging. And I promise you that I will do my level best to step up to the expectations you have of me. I will try to keep an open dialogue going amongst all delegations to listen to all of your concerns and to promote well-being for the OAS. Thank you very much, Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you for the trust you've put in me.
I will also wish to thank and congratulate Ambassador Adsett, the permanent representative of Canada, for leading the CAP's work during 2021. We move on now to the next item on the agenda. We will proceed now with the issue of the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of Spain as permanent observer to the OAS, pursuant to the request from the Secretary General contained in document CP-INF 9252/22. On February 2nd, 1972, Spain became the OAS's first observer country, and since then has demonstrated its commitment towards achieving cooperation, solidarity, and forging joint solutions among member states. As an observer country, it has also shared the principles and values of our organization. As an instrumental strategic partner of the OAS, Spain has become one of the leading donors of our work in the hemisphere, serving in particular as an able interlocutor with Europe in our efforts to address the challenges brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to place on record our appreciation to the government and people of Spain for their support of the 4 pillars of the OAS over these first 50 years. I am pleased now to offer the floor to the permanent observer of Spain to the OAS, Ambassador Monton. You have the floor, Madame.
Good morning, dear colleagues, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General. Thank you very much for putting this item of commemoration of the 50th anniversary of Spain as permanent observer to the OAS. And to the chair of the Permanent Council, thank you very much for including this item. Thank you very much for your generous and kind words. I'm very honored and I'm very pleased to offer you a warm greeting as representative of Spain on this day that we commemorate the 50th anniversary of Spain. In 1972, my country came on as the first permanent observer. Spain feels very proud to be the dean of the observer countries, and I must confess, I'm very moved by having this celebration of this very dear date when Spain came in as observer into the family of the Organization of American States. Today, it's a day to celebrate this birthday for Spain. And as has been the case with various secretariats of the organization and all, we would like to express and underscore the activities throughout 2022 and the importance of this commemoration. It's a half a century, it's not just one day. And with open arms, I would like to say that we will continue doing all the work as Mission of Spain, in as much as we are part of these efforts. At a time when we celebrate this very important birthday or anniversary, I would like to say that today is another day of our commitment, political, constitutional, and economic contributions from Spain to the organization and to member states. With multilateralism, solidarity, and international cooperation, a commitment to the 4 pillars of the organization: democracy, human rights, solidarity, and development. We are here. Spain supports you. You have our full respect to continue to grapple with the challenges today and working with you as we craft the future. A special salute to men and women of the Americas and the Caribbean from Spain, without leaving anybody behind. The Minister of this today, who was present in this Permanent Council, is here, and I should like to give the floor over. Thank you very much. Today, we celebrate 50 years since Spain became an observer state to the Organization of American States. We're very proud that we were the first country to step into those shoes. This underscores the strong ties that we have with the continent, and it's proof of Spain and its ties with Europe and Latin America. This goes along with other priorities, and that is the defense of multilateralism as a means to promote common values and the fight against the global challenges that we all have to grapple with. In our view, we have many challenges: rule of law, human rights, democracy, equality between men and women, the fight against poverty and inequality, the activities that we have to take on for climate change, and resilience in the face of natural disasters. During this half century, Spain has shown its commitment with the organization. This is the milestones: Spain's financial contribution through the Fund for the OAS, the establishment of which we also celebrate this year, the 16th anniversary, and the contribution to the Framework Fund to come up with solutions. And it shows our will to come up with solutions when it comes to migrations and other issues. In our recent meeting in Washington with the Secretary General, we know we have many different challenges that we have to deal with. We have to deal with them together. Spain has shown its solidarity in the fight against COVID-19, and today it's a second donor. More than 20 million has been committed. The Organization of American States, its member states, the Secretary General, can count on us. We are a trustworthy, steadfast partner in the face of these challenges in the 21st century. And we have to be prepared to uphold our democracies in the face of these challenges and come up with a long-lasting response to the needs of our peoples.
Ambassador Monton, and please convey our thanks to His Excellency and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jose Manuel Alvarez, for his video and for participating in this commemoration. I now offer the floor to the coordinators of the regional groups and to delegations, and I respectively ask for comments to be kept briefly. And I therefore like to re-emphasize the importance of trying to keep it brief. Let's start with the Ambassador for Chile. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Special greeting to His Excellency Ambassador Observer, Permanent Observer of Spain, as well as to his team. Today, we celebrate 50 years of cooperation with Spain as permanent observer to this Organization of American States, the first country to have this status in our organization. The inclusion of Spain is undoubtedly a pioneering decision and a logical outcome, given its historical, social, cultural, and all kinds of ties between Spain and a good portion of our continents. We are aware of all of the work carried out by the permanent admission of Spain, and we also are aware of the commitment to democracy, human rights, migration issues, public health, multidimensional issues, in addition to many others. In this half century, Spain has become a crucial partner in our organization, and that's why we would like to express our deep satisfaction for all of this. The Americas are linked to Spain because we have common issues, but also because of our collective future. Especially, the Permanent Observer plays a very strategic role in the new future. I would also like to recognize the work of all the ambassadors over the course of history, the diplomatic efforts, and all the work. We've all been very honored to work closely with Spain. which allows us, it gives us the chance to recognize the daily commitments. With your permission, I would like to offer some personal thoughts. When I was parliamentarian, I was honored to chair the parliamentary group between Spain in the House of Representatives in Chile, and this gave me a chance bilaterally to experience firsthand Spain, how its diplomacy values all of the ties with Latin America. This commitment is truly reflected here at the OAS. We've been convened to commemorate this very important day, and I would just like to say that it's a day of reflection. We will have an opportunity to share a lot of things during the year on behalf of the government and the mission of Chile. We truly appreciate the concerted efforts and the happiness spearheaded by Ambassador Monton. We recognize Spain and all of its team, as well as the King and the people of Spain, for their commitment to the region and the OAS in particular. As was said by Pablo Neruda, we hold Spain in our heart. For the first 50 years, it's time to celebrate. And of course, the bells will ring on forever. Thank you very much.
Distinguished colleagues, we're running up against the budget constraint. We have a little less than 50 minutes to go, and the list has 20 speakers on board. It seems to me, and of course we'd like to have the Secretary General, of course, offer his comments at the end. If we can restrict this to 2 minutes per person, I think we will get to there. If we go above that, we will be in trouble. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Please proceed next, Ambassador Young.
Best to reach a time limit. Chair, the 14 member states of the CARICOM are delighted to recognize commitment of Spain to the OAS, and this is 50th anniversary of being a permanent observer to our organization. And we congratulate Spain for achieving this milestone. As we know, the permanent observer status was created in 1971, and as we hear, Spain became the first country in 1972 to obtain that status and the first country to have a permanent and dedicated observer with the rank of ambassador. And this is an important indication of Spain's high regard for its relationship with the nations of our hemisphere. So we recognize that Spain is a key partner, a country that plays a very important role in many of the programs of the OAS. This includes promoting democracy, human rights, security, and development. But we are also very grateful for Spain's support to combat the ongoing impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, and for its firm stance in the global community to curb climate change, which poses an existential threat to many of our states. We sincerely thank Ambassador Carmen Monton, her government, and the people of Spain for their generous support of these initiatives that are beneficial to the continued development and well-being of the countries and the people in this hemisphere. And so, Chair, in closing, I must say that Spain has significant links to CARICOM and its member states, as exhibited over the last 50 years. We in CARICOM, we value that relationship, and we look forward to continuing this positive engagement in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Next, we have the Ambassador Washington Abdallah. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Now that you've given us 2 minutes, let's move ahead and say that we are what we are because we were what we were. And this is my first stab at thoughts as we pay tribute to the 50 years of partnership with Spain. For many of us, this is a topic with the language that we use, and basically it points to the commemoration of Spain that goes far beyond being just a good partner. It has to do with a meeting of the minds, values, and everything that we mentioned, and for the future. There's a lot to be said in terms of some specific points, but there's an understanding and the need that we have in the continent to have a tie with Europe, and Spain has been one of our main ports of call. This is the key. This is what we have to say, and this is what we have to look after. As far as the internal business, our continent has a lot of different takes on it, revisionist as well as others. We look at the future in terms of coming together. In Spain, we have a country where a lot of the way we are, our interpretation of the world, our worldview, is very close, very similar. We're sons of Spain, sons and daughters of Spain, and this is a very gratifying moment. Carmen, we're going to continue to work. Count on us.
Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to ask the Ambassador for Ecuador to present.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Ecuador would like to express its gratitude as we commemorate the 50th anniversary of Spain. And also, we look at all the work that had been done in facilitating our work for development and achievements of today and the future. They've looked at equity, justice, and other issues, and Spain has been one of the main partners of the OAS. And we are very happy with that, particularly when it comes to integral development and other issues. Spain has undergirded the rule of law and is committed to the rule of law in addition to other pillars of the OAS. And it has taken on issues that have to do with gender. In times of crisis, we've been able to count on Spain, particularly when it comes to COVID-19 and other issues. We have counted on and will continue to count on the support of Spain for economic, political, and other issues when it comes to eradicating poverty and dealing with natural disasters. In closing, we truly appreciate this leadership, and also we would like to congratulate and commend our colleague Carmen Monton. We embrace her words and let her know as well that we will continue to work with her and all efforts made. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I see that there's a special request from Panama, who would like to speak after Ecuador. So I'd like to give the floor right now to Panama.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm taking the floor on behalf of the member countries of the Central American Integration System, SICA, Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, and the Dominican Republic. This is a time when we commemorate Spain's observer status to the OAS on the 50th anniversary of Spain, and we're truly honored to know that they have taken on this role. This 50 years of cooperation between Spain and the OAS are a demonstration of the relations that we have amongst us, historical ties that we share with new ties that we have developed on behalf of consolidating democracy and integral development, multidimensional security, and protection of human rights. Spain is an historical strategic partner of SICA since 1984. They began to work with our region precisely. We commemorate the 20 years since the Memorandum of Cooperation between SICA and Spain was established through which we formalized our relations of cooperation. And in 2006, the Spain SICA Fund was established, a financial tool through which we have had very significant results benefiting all of our citizens. This product also points to the first meeting to strengthen the mechanisms for joint negotiations and financial support to SMEs and support to masters and development studies and academic mobility of young people. We truly appreciate the SICA Spain Summit that was held in June 2021 in San Jose, Costa Rica, with a view to strengthening the political dialogue, economic cooperation, and particularly looking at the effects caused by the pandemic and looking towards economic, sustainable, inclusive, green recovery undergirded by innovations. This, along with a very worrisome situation with climate change and gender equality, means that we have put these issues on the agenda for SICA and Spain. We recognize also all of Spain's contributions to the framework to protect and come up with solutions for displacements in Mexico and other areas, as well as their solidarity with the state's parties to SICA. We particularly look at this with the past hurricane. In the last few years, member states, as observers, we have confronted these unprecedented crises in 2019, which has generated different challenges in different proportions for all countries. Nonetheless, in the midst of all of these difficulties, Spain continues to be a strong supporter in our region, particularly with regards to recovery, and particularly in our countries that have these deep-seated problems. So on behalf of our member countries of SICA, I recognize the work done by Carmen Monton, Ambassador Monton, permanent observer of Spain, and her vast professional experience, her leadership as permanent observer of Spain, and her work that continues to strengthen ties with the Americas, with deep-seated care, analysis, and joint vision. The critiques and constructive criticism, and the bet on the future that we're going to build together, hand in hand, so that we have more resilient societies, inclusive and well-balanced societies with more equality, more freedom, as she mentioned herself. We congratulate that mission and truly appreciate the close tie between Spain and the Americas. Thank you very much.
The Dominican Republic, please. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Panama, representing our regional group, we would like to thank Ambassador Carmen Monton, permanent observer of Spain to the Organization of American States, for having put this item on the PC agenda as we commemorate the 50th anniversary of Spain as permanent observer to the OAS. We would like to particularly mention the leadership that the ambassadors group and the permanent missions of our organization have had in the last few years, and as spearheaded by Carmen Monton, as was mentioned, with regards to gender equity, nonviolence against women, and empowering women. In this regard, then, we reiterated our deep-seated thanks for the support offered to the organization and economic empowering of women as a tool against gender discrimination and violence. We would like to thank you, and on the 23rd of November last, we underscore that the Dominican Republic celebrated this tie. As far as bilateral relations between the Dominican Republic and Spain, this is strengthening and being strengthened every day. Both countries continue to strengthen our aspirations, and the Dominican Republic in the last few months has met twice to work on our issues with the government of Spain, Mr. Sanchez. These meetings took place within the framework of the pro temp president and the Summit of the Americas of different states and governments. And this is done with a view to strengthening bilateral cooperation, investments, and Spain's tourism with our country. Other important topics in these meetings had to do with the vaccine against COVID, world economy, bilateral relations, and respect for democratic values, dialogue, and the freedom of human rights for all Latin Americans. Mr. Chairman, with the Dominican Republic and Spain, they are a first-class friend, both in bilateral relations as well as within the framework of our organization. We're quite sure that these relations and the relationship of Spain and the OAS will continue to be further developed every day. There is no shadow of a doubt it will continue on a positive note in maintaining peace, respect for human rights, and strengthening all democratic institutions of our hemisphere. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We next give the floor to Venezuela.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary General Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez, permanent representatives. We'd like to congratulate Carmen Monton for this anniversary. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Spain as permanent observer of the OAS, we would like to point out that they came in as a member in 1972 as permanent observer. This has given us a chance to strengthen strategic alliances and move ahead with programs in the hemisphere with a view to connect the Americas with Europe. Spain means that we have things in common, culture and other areas. Spain is an ally for democratic improvements as far as concerns ties with Europe. This has given us a chance to strengthen economic cooperation ties. It's been 50 years since the relationship began, and topics that are of interest to the OAS, Plan Colombia, as well as other things. And permanent observer status has given us a chance to promote participation of women in leadership positions, as well as to support human rights. And more recently, in 2020, the group of friends, the European group, supported a fund to deal with migratory issues in Venezuela. And this is very positive. When we look at the many dollars and the ongoing support, we would like to underscore that during, or in more recent times, there were 15 million that was put in, and they became one of the main supporter countries. To conclude, then, we would like to underscore that more recently, Spain has continued to build democratic, fair societies. Thank you, Carmen Monton. Thank you as we commemorate this 50th anniversary and as you continue to honor us and do the work that we have to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
We next have the Ambassador for Canada. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know you're hoping that we'll be brief, and I will try to conform, although it's hard because there's so many things that we could say this afternoon. But I think most importantly to start by congratulating Spain and also congratulating Ambassador Monton for the 50th anniversary of Spain's participation as a permanent observer to the organization. We are sincerely grateful for the contributions that your mission has made and that Spain has made to this organization. Bilaterally, and in this context in the OAS, Canada and Spain are strong allies and partners. We have a shared commitment to promotion and protection of human rights, to international peace and security, and to the rules-based international order. Spain's made collaboration a hallmark of its engagement here at the OAS. You've contributed to a wide range of programs and initiatives, ranging from the mission to support the peace process in Colombia, to the inter-American human rights system, migration, indigenous issues, sustainable democracy, and the strengthening of gender equality, amongst others. Thank you, Ambassador, for your leadership and your contributions as we work together to advance these important initiatives which so many of us share and from which so many of us benefit from your contributions. Canada is looking forward to continuing our close partnership with Spain and continuing to work together to strengthen the multilateral system and to build strong, inclusive societies. Un abrazo. Gracias.
Much, Ambassador. It appears, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, that we're not going to be able to make that constraint for 2 p.m. We will lose the interpreters at that hour. What I do need to point out to you is that we have 14 persons to present. We have the Secretary General also, and I expect that Spain would also like to offer some comments. So please do keep in mind that you still want to try to keep within that 2-minute constraint. Perhaps if you can get it down to 1 minute, that would be even better. And so that the next one coming up would be Bolivia. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Ambassadors, Secretary General, special greetings to the Permanent Observer of Spain, Ambassador Carmen Monton. We will try to keep to your recommendation to celebrate half a century of Spain's participation in the OAS. Spain's participation in the colonial process, of course, is questioned, but now it is important for all peoples of the Americas. And really, the first nation that was a permanent observer of the OAS. The function of this mission for 50 years with 14 ambassadors, from Ambassador Suarez until Ambassador Monton, has strengthened cooperation with the member states of the organization. Latin America and Spain have an historical mission to comply with, to cure our historical wounds, and also a commitment to human rights and democracy. I wanted to highlight the importance of Carmen Monton's leadership for gender equality and her commitment to truth and justice. Those who have had an honor to live in Spain, this is really a joy. Thank you.
We next have Costa Rica. You have the floor, please, for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Chair. If our ambassador from SICA will allow us, we want to greet Ambassador Carmen Monton, Permanent Observer of Spain, and through her, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the European Union of Spain, and we thank him for his message. Costa Rica celebrates the support Spain has extended to our organization for 50 years, especially with regard to strengthening the 4 pillars of the OAS and turning into our natural ally to go forward with projects to build a better future for our member states. Costa Rica also thanks Spain for its participation in the project for strengthening the governance in Spain and for helping us to welcome refugees from Nicaragua. This is a project that's now in its 2nd stage. We also recognize Spain's contribution to the platform called MIRPS, under which, together with Costa Rica and Guatemala, we have organized an event last June in which we obtained donations that totaled $116 million in order to help MIRP's country. Now, Costa Rica thanks the cooperation of Spain that is ongoing to be able to address the COVID-19 pandemic. We thank Spain for its donations through COVAX to ensure an equitable access to vaccinations. We also thank Spain for being an ally at a bilateral level. We reiterate our thanks to Spain for its donation of Moderna vaccinations to Costa Rica that it announced yesterday. We have strong relations with Spain, and we have signed the agreement ACA. This occurred when Prime Minister Sanchez came to our country this past summer. This is the first instrument of this kind that Spain signs with a partner. It is a novel framework for South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation in ecological transition, digitalization, innovation, gender equality, culture, and development. I congratulate Ambassador Monton on her wonderful work, and I invite her to continue to support our organization so that we can continue our fight for more rights, for more people, to fight for inclusion and a better and more equitable world. Thank you.
Very much. The next presenter is Mexico. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. My delegation congratulates Ambassador Monton on the 50th anniversary of Spain as a permanent observer country, and it shows Spain's interest in multilateralism and supporting our countries. Thanks to her leadership, Ambassador Monton has promoted women's rights and showed Spain's commitment to gender equality and the promotion of human rights such as LGBTQ people, among others. This is the opportunity to also thank all permanent observers for their cooperation and their support of our nations. And we thank them for this. We thank them also for doing this and respecting the principles of the Democratic Charter. We congratulate Ambassador Monton one more time for the 5 decades of cooperation with our organization. Thank you very much, Chair.
Much, Ambassador. Next, we have the embassy, Wendy Avikap. I mispronounced Ambassador Rita. Thank you, Rita Scolio.
Ambassador, thank you very much, Chair. With the permission of Ambassador Rocaver, El Salvador would also like to express its gratitude to Spain and congratulate it on the 50th anniversary of its cooperation with the OAS based on our shared principles. Its decision to be the first observer nation of OAS opened up a road for cooperation based on a shared history and language. Spain has promoted sustainable development at a regional and international level, and here at the OAS, The first visit of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of my country when the pandemic began was to Spain, and this led to the signing of an agreement between our two countries in order to overcome different challenges. Spain is the second most important donor nation to my country. And we need to highlight the contributions of Spain to different projects, such as to human rights, to promote full equality of women, and also projects with regard to immigration. Through the platform of MIRPS, Spain has shown its solidarity with our nations with regard to COVID-19. It has supported our countries with vaccinations and also medical personnel. Dear Ambassador Monton, we want to thank you for being a solid ally for my country, even in very difficult circumstances, such as the ones we are facing now. We hope to continue strengthening our ties of friendship. Thank you very much, Chair.
It's actually Ambassador Rita Solia coming up next. You have the floor, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. With the permission of the pro tempore Secretary of SICA, Ambassador Rocafort, who has referred to the ties of Spain to our region since 1984, the delegation of Guatemala would also like to join with others in congratulating Spain on its 50th anniversary of being a permanent observer of OAS. Since then, Spain's commitment to the OAS has been a reference for other countries and has shown its support for our region and our peoples. And this in keeping with the respect of our principles. This is the reflection of an important historical cooperation with the organization through different activities and programs showing that Spain's government supports the OAS as the most important multilateral organization of the region and its support for our 4 pillars. We welcome Spain's commitment. We were very happy to see the recent visit of Foreign Minister of Spain to the OAS, and this shows Spain's goodwill to continue to strengthen its ties with the OAS and its member states, especially through the Spain OAS Fund. We also appreciate the donations of vaccines against COVID-19 to all member states, and we are thrilled that we have wonderful, friendly relations with Spain, and we also continue to be very strong partners and allies and continue to have very close ties at all levels. Guatemala and Spain has signed different bilateral treaties and agreements. For example, at the 7th Summit of Latin American Leaders, we signed an agreement, and we have had many meetings with Spain in which we have identified common interests at an economic level. This thanks to the efforts of our president in order to overcome our economic difficulties. We thank Spain for the important initiatives and programs that it has promoted through its Agency for Cooperation and Development. Its vision is in line with the 2030 agenda to leave no one behind. Chair, on this important occasion, Guatemala applauds Spain's vision of solidarity, and it also congratulates its government recognizing its important contribution to the OAS, which has been significant for well-being in Americas. Again, I congratulate the permanent mission of Spain, its staff, its ambassador, for its dedication to supporting our organization and member states. I would also like to congratulate Ambassador Monton. I see that her government has awarded her an important cross very recently, and so I congratulate her on that. Thank you.
Next, hear from the representative for Paraguay.
Thank you very much, Chair. My delegation wanted to also be able to congratulate the Permanent Observer of Spain on this commemoration of its 50th anniversary as an observer state of OAS. We know Spain's commitment to integral development, human rights, and the other pillars of the OAS, and we share, of course, this vision with Spain, and we thank them for supporting us and the international order with respect for human rights and effective multilateralism. We also are grateful for Spain's cooperation to mitigate the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have received aid in a very difficult moment, so it is timely to thank Spain once again for this. We are glad to cooperate in different activities with Spain to celebrate its 50th anniversary participation in our organization. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. We now turn to the ambassador for Jamaica, or the representative for Jamaica. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my delegation aligns itself with the statement delivered by Ambassador Belize on behalf of CARICOM. We thought it fitting, however, to say a few words in our national capacity with respect to the level and scope of our bilateral partnership, which extends through the OAS. Firstly, I must congratulate the people of Spain represented here by the Permanent Observer Mission under the distinguished leadership of Ambassador Carmen Monton on this milestone achievement of 50 years, and also as the first observer country to be so designated by the OAS. Although it has been recognized that the formal relationship started in 1972, the collaboration between Spain and the OAS in fact started before, in 1967. The partnership has also always been based on Spain's willingness to deepen cooperation and its ties with the people of the Americas, based on the 4 pillars of the OAS: the defense of democracy, human rights, integral development, and multidimensional security. Mr. Chairman, formal diplomatic relations between Jamaica and Spain were established in 1966, approximately 1 year after the establishment of formal relations between Spain and the OAS. Since that time, our partnership has grown from strength to strength. Jamaica continues to welcome opportunities for engagement with Spain, which has significant investments in hotel and construction projects across the island. Investments have also been in the energy sector, which has expanded in recent years, as well as in education, sport, agriculture, and health. To further buttress our partnership, Jamaica's Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Honorable Camina Johnson-Smith, paid a very successful official visit to Spain in 2018. Hampered by the pandemic, the return visit by Spain is yet to materialize. We look forward to that visit by the Spanish Foreign Minister in the not too distant future. Mr. Chairman, I must take this opportunity on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica to commend the government of Spain for its efforts in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, including the support provided to Jamaica with the provision of 108,000 doses of AstraZeneca vaccines in September 2021. It will be recalled that Spain was one of the hardest hit countries in Europe at the height of the pandemic, making this contribution to Jamaica even more significant. I take this opportunity also to express appreciation and gratitude for the ongoing efforts by the Spanish authorities to advance global vaccination efforts through the COVAX facility. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Argentina, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to welcome this important anniversary for Spain and recognize the work that Ambassador Carmen Monton has done for her commitment with regard to gender policies, diversity, things that we are also very, very interested in. And I do want to point out that the relations of Spain with our organization is based on their mixing with indigenous peoples, their contribution through culture and language, which we are part of. But there's also the issue of emancipation, and Spain also knows the importance of emancipation. So I would conclude pointing out the following. Here we have heard the congratulations extended to Spain, which I extend to them as well for their aid, collaboration, and assistance to our region. Now, I do wonder if we are just as rich in resources and have the same capacity. And there's a great deal of interest in our markets, our investments, our natural resources. Why is it that the cooperation and assistance and its flows from Latin America and the Caribbean to European organizations is not on the same footing? Why isn't this on the same level? I think that something is missing here with respect to emancipation. So again, I reiterate my gratitude, my recognition, but also I'd like to reiterate my request that the domestic policies of the countries that collaborate with our regions with regard to their businesses, banks, and multinationals be one that break with that structure of dependence, which means that the flows come from European nations towards us, but we are not able to provide that same kind of assistance because we have not been able to break out of those structures of dependence. And again, thanks to Ambassador Carmen Monton.
Thank you very much. And I see from the list that the technical folks may have actually moved Colombia a few steps down. Perhaps it was inadvertent. So Colombia, I'd like to invite you to present at this time.
Chair. I'm going to be very obedient and follow all your instructions. 1 minute. I had a longer presentation, but I will send it to the ambassador. First of all, I want to congratulate Spain on its 50th anniversary as an observer nation. I'd like to thank it for supporting the MAP OAS in Colombia and recall our common DNA as the Jose Vasconcelos, the Mexican author, said, "We are a language, we are a race." And conclude, as I wanted to conclude, poetically, recalling the Nicaraguan poet Rubén Darío. While the world is encouraged, while the planet turns around the sun, while there are passions and we are noble and we see something that is impossible, we may overcome together with Spain.
Thank you very much, Colombia. The next speaker is from the USA. You have the floor, sir, the USA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will be brief. My delegation would like to join others in thanking Spain for its commitment to the OAS and to the community of OAS member and observer states for the last 50 years. We would also like to commend the generosity of the people of Spain over these 50 years. We're grateful for Spain's advocacy, commitment, and support of key OAS programs and initiatives central to the advancement of the core values of this institution as enshrined in the Charter and the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Spain's longstanding and consistent support for OAS electoral observation missions and other key functions, which rely almost entirely on voluntary donor support, has been vital to strengthening democracy in our region and serves as an example to others. We look forward to working with Spain as a permanent observer to the OAS for many years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We next hear from the ambassador for Peru. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will be very brief. I want to thank the Secretary General for the initiative of including this on our agenda. And I want to join with those who have preceded me in taking the floor, especially you, Chair. We have been very happy to hear from Carmen Monton and Minister Alvarez, who has a very professional and personal style, and we are very thankful to and thankful that she is the ambassador of the Permanent Observer Mission of Spain. During 50 years, Spain has been visionary. It was a pioneer, and since they joined, many other countries then joined. And this is ongoing because many countries continue to become permanent observers. So Spain 50 years ago saw the potential of the OAS and the need to be part of the organization in its present and future. For Peru, this is very important. I want to recognize the important role of Spain in supporting electoral observation missions in our region, and it shows its commitment to human rights, democracy, and fair elections. Spain is one of the few countries in the world that supported Peru in its struggle for democracy, and we shall never forget that. Thank you very much, Ambassador, and thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. We now hear from the Holy See. You have the floor.
I'm sorry, the interpreter would like to inform the English-speaking delegates that interpretation is over.
Thanks for letting us know.
Señor Presidente.
We proceed with the Holy See.
Sí. Señor Presidente, la delegación de la Santa Sede se une a las demás delegaciones y se congratula por la conmemoración del 50º aniversario de la misión observadora de España ante la OEA. Asimismo, aprovecha la oportunidad para felicitar a la embajadora Carmen Montón y a todos los que forman parte de su misión diplomática. España fue el primer país que obtuvo el estatus de observador ante esta organización, abriendo el camino para otros muchos, entre ellos la Santa Sede, que entró a formar parte en el año 1978. Es un honor y un privilegio para mi delegación el poder seguir de cerca los innumerables esfuerzos que se van fraguando en esta Casa de las Américas, en aras de lograr un hemisferio más justo. Es esto lo que anhelamos y por lo que seguimos trabajando de la mano de los miembros de esta organización. La efeméride que celebramos hoy indica mucho. 5 décadas de esfuerzos, de trabajo y de colaboración con la OEA, anteponiendo siempre el bien común de los pueblos que forman parte de este hemisferio. Mi delegación formula sus mejores votos por muchos años más de buen suceso a la misión observadora de España. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much. We'd like to have the presenter now for Simone De Santi, the Italia presenter. You have the floor, please.
Señor presidente, señor secretario general, señor secretario adjunto, embajadoras y embajadores. Me complace tomar la palabra para felicitar a España, a la embajadora Carmen Montón, por el 50º aniversario de su adhesión a la Organización de los Estados Americanos como miembro observador y por ser el primer país observador aceptado por esta organización. Al hacerlo, España y la OEA fueron verdaderamente pioneros y abrieron las puertas a otros países que pronto decidieron seguir este camino, como Italia y Francia, entre los otros países de la Unión Europea, que este año también celebran su 50º aniversario de participación en esta organización y un evento muy importante para todos. Y ofrezco también hoy las felicidades también de Francia, porque la embajadora Angela Branch tiene en este momento de las dificultades de conexión, así que mis felicidades son dobles y son conjuntas con la Francia a la querida España. Para concluir, quisiera decir que la OEA, el organismo multilateral regional más antiguo al mundo, al abrir sus puertas a los observadores hace medio siglo, abrió las puertas al diálogo e hizo una inversión innovadora en el multilateralismo y una alianza estratégica con los observadores que sigue siendo hoy una característica fundamental de la OEA y del multilateralismo inclusivo que ejerce. Felicidades y muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that a great deal. And we have next Despina Manos of the European Union. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to take the floor today on this agenda item, celebrating Spain's 50th anniversary as a permanent observer to the OAS. It is an honor for me to represent the EU today, particularly alongside my fellow EU member states permanent observers, many of whom in the coming months will also be celebrating 50 years as permanent observers to this organization. However, today we celebrate Spain's long-term commitment to the Americas and the Caribbean region and to the Organization of American States, to the values that the organization embodies and staunchly defends. Spain's affection for the region is unquestionable, as is its commitment to bi-regional relations, which has irradiated to the rest of the EU and its member states. The EU has found great partners in the OAS, its permanent representative, and its permanent observers. Together, we have joined forces to champion for democracy, for the respect of human rights and fundamental freedoms, as well as for prosperity and cohesion. We have worked hand in hand through cooperation projects to improve in a tangible way the life, health, and rights of many. We will continue to chart this course for the years to come and look forward to celebrating our own 50th anniversary in the future. Muchas felicidades a España en la conmemoración del 50 aniversario de sus relaciones con la OEA como observador permanente. Thank you, Ambassador Monton, for being the distinguished face of Spain and of the EU.
Thank you very much. Now I have the high honor for giving the floor to Ambassador, to the Assistant Secretary General, Luis Almagro. You have the floor, sir.
Gracias, señor presidente. Los Estados miembros de la OEA emprendieron en abril de 1971 un proceso de internacionalización al crear el estatus de observador permanente. Así que un día como hoy, hace 50 años, España se convirtió en el primer país en recibir esta distinción. Esta ocasión merece nuestro reconocimiento y agradecimiento al gobierno y al pueblo español. El papel de España como observador se puede constatar y medir por el apoyo que ha brindado esta organización en la construcción de la paz y el fortalecimiento de la democracia y los derechos humanos para los pueblos americanos. Una mirada retrospectiva de estas 5 décadas, nuestra organización no solo aumentó su membresía, sino que se vio fortalecida en su papel de apoyo a la recuperación de los sistemas democráticos, las libertades y los derechos fundamentales. España fue fundamental para la instauración y consolidación democrática en muchos países de América Latina, compartiendo su modelo de transición a la democracia. También con su modelo contribuyó a la convivencia pacífica y al respeto a las libertades y derechos humanos. Ese compromiso de España se vio fortalecido en el año 2006 con la creación del Fondo Español para la OEA. Desde entonces, España, en colaboración con el Ministerio de Asuntos Exteriores y la CID, ha aportado más de 52 millones de euros, destinado a más de 170 proyectos y actividades en apoyo a nuestros Estados miembros. Esta cooperación y asistencia técnicas son esenciales para avanzar en el trabajo de la organización y sus proyectos en los pilares de democracia, derechos humanos, desarrollo integral y seguridad multidimensional, así como la paz regional. Agradecemos especialmente a España estos esfuerzos y estar permanentemente cerca de los países del hemisferio, de los países latinoamericanos, de los países del Caribe, de los países de América del Norte. Señor presidente, reconocer los aportes de la misión observadora de España, de los embajadores, embajadoras de España y de la embajadora Carmen Montón por el trabajo que realiza con nuestra organización. Esperamos seguir forjando nuestra alianza con España frente a los cambiantes desafíos en la región, en particular durante la pandemia, y en ese sentido nuestro agradecimiento nuevamente por ese espíritu de colaboración y cooperación que ha tenido España en este tiempo. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much. I must now afford an opportunity for the representative for Spain to present. You have the floor, please.
Solo decir una palabra preciosa que nos une a todos, que es gracias. Just say thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think from my perspective, I think it is very, very important to hear those very, very important remarks that were rendered by the delegates, and I think that it's a mark of the importance and the significance of the relationship that you've had over the past 50 years with the OAS group. Distinguished colleagues, we now have the minutes, which I guess we can probably still have a moment on them, given that it's late in the day. We have 4 minutes to be reviewed, and I'll simply just state what they are. They are Act 2322 of the regular meeting of May 26, 2021. The second is Act 2323 of the special meeting of June 9, 2021. The third is Acta 2324 of the special meeting of June 15th, 2021. And finally, Acta 2327 of the special meeting of July 1, 21. If there are no comments, we will proceed to adopt them as stated. Approved. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last item on the agenda. Distinguished representatives, we will now proceed with the last item, and I now ask if there are delegations who wish to bring any informative issues to the attention of this council. I see that we have 2 requests for speaking. Please do, Arimor Nunes of Brazil.
Muito obrigado, senhor presidente. Eu vou me permitir, eu desde já peço desculpas pela quebra de protocolo, mas eu gostaria de pedir desculpas à embaixadora Carmen Monton, ao senhor secretário-geral e ao senhor secretário-geral adjunto e à vossa excelência, senhor presidente. Eu tive de me ausentar para justamente levar no aeroporto o presidente da Suprema Corte Brasileira, da Suprema Corte e do Tribunal Superior Eleitoral, ministro Luiz Barroso. Gostaria rapidamente de me somar aos parabéns de todos os colegas pela data tão importante de celebração dos 50 anos da Espanha como observador permanente junto ao OEA. Sabemos da extrema relevância dos países observadores, um trabalho que começou a ser trilhado pela Espanha 50 anos atrás, ao se tornar o primeiro Estado observador permanente junto ao OEA. Seguiremos trabalhando com muita admiração pelo trabalho da embaixadora Carmen Monton e desse país, que é uma de nossas raízes e tão importante para todos nós. Agradeço a compreensão de vossas excelências e peço desculpas novamente. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Next, we have Costa Rica. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Tomo la palabra en representación de las misiones permanentes de Argentina, Brasil, Canadá, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Estados Unidos de América, México, Perú y Uruguay, que conforman parte del grupo núcleo LGBTI OEA, Core Group LGTBI OAS. Recordamos que el grupo núcleo LGTBI OEA es un grupo voluntario de Estados miembros de esta organización, comprometidos a actuar conjuntamente en la promoción de los derechos humanos, enfocado particularmente en fomentar, apoyar y fortalecer la cooperación internacional dirigida a garantizar el respeto de los derechos y libertades de las personas lesbianas, gays, bisexuales, trans e intersex, y con miras a eliminar la violencia y la discriminación basada en la orientación sexual, identidad y expresión de género y diversidad corporal. Agradecemos a la Misión Permanente de Chile por la excelente coordinación efectuada durante el segundo semestre del año 2021, en la que condujo las negociaciones de la sección Derechos Humanos y Prevención de la Discriminación y Violencia contra las Personas LGTBI de la Resolución Ómnibus de Derechos Humanos en el marco del 51º periodo de sesiones de la Asamblea General de la OEA. Durante la coordinación del Grupo Núcleo LGTBI OEA, ejercida por Chile, la delegación del Perú presentó su solicitud de ingreso a este grupo. El día de hoy nos complace dar a conocer formalmente que la misión permanente de Perú ante esta organización se ha incorporado a los trabajos del Grupo Núcleo LGTBI OEA, aumentando el número de estados a 12 miembros. Estamos seguros de que los aportes de Perú enriquecerán los trabajos del grupo en la consecución de sus objetivos y de las metas de la Agenda 2030, que está íntimamente relacionada con el reconocimiento de derechos, oportunidades y la garantía de igualdad ante la ley, igualdad en derechos y no discriminación para todas y todos, incluidas las comunidades y las personas LGTBI. Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much. We now have asked the floor to be, we now hand over the floor to Ambassador Frieden.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Chairman, I would like to take the opportunity today to briefly comment on Russia's military buildup in and around Ukraine and its impact on the Western Hemisphere. Russia's actions threaten a renewed crisis, not only for Ukraine, but for the wider world. Russian aggression puts the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states at risk by implying that a country can change the borders of another by force. Russia's actions violate basic tenets of our international system that are vital to peace and security. The United States government remains concerned that Russia's aggression toward Ukraine and attempts to overturn the European security order could spill over to the Americas. This security order is based, inter alia, on the right of states to choose their own path internationally without interference from neighboring states, on the rejection of so-called spheres of influence, and on the rejection of the threat or use of force to change international boundaries. We call on our partners in the hemisphere to reject Russia's attempts to provoke conflict in Ukraine and beyond. As the United States and others in the international community work diplomatically to deter a further Russian invasion of Ukraine, we must take seriously Russia's threat to extend any potential conflict, including into the Americas. This is a time of extraordinary international tension. We all should do what we can to prevent those tensions from deepening in our region. We must prevent Russia from destabilizing activity, from spreading further destabilizing activity into this hemisphere, as it has threatened to do. We urge every member state to use its relationships, especially within the hemisphere, to make clear your opposition to Russian aggression toward Ukraine and any attempt to export its aggression to the Americas. As Secretary Blinken stated, diplomacy is the only responsible way to resolve this crisis. The United States urges you to advocate for diplomacy and denounce actions that challenge the international order that we, working together, have sought to build, sustain, and adapt. We look forward to working with all in the OAS to uphold the values of the international system and urge Russia to choose the path of diplomacy. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, sir. We now have the Ambassador for Canada, Mr. Adsett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know we've had a full day, but I actually have 3 short items, all of which I think are relevant and important to our work that I wanted to raise this afternoon. And let me start first by saying, similar to the United States, Canada shares the concerns that tensions over Ukraine could have an impact in other parts of the world, including in the Americas. Canada reiterates the concern that we have regarding Russian military buildup in and around Ukraine. We remain firmly committed to Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence. Going forward, should it be warranted, we should be prepared to discuss any such concerns in this body. From the very beginning, Canada has stressed that this crisis must be resolved through diplomacy. Canada and the international community continue to be engaged in intense diplomacy along several tracks, including at the NATO-Russia Council. Russia has a choice between meaningful dialogue or risking severe consequences if it chooses military action. We remain hopeful that we can find a way forward. Mr. Chair, another item I wanted to briefly refer to this afternoon now, January 27th, the world marked International Holocaust Remembrance Day. It's a day that we remember and acknowledge the nearly 6 million Jewish men, women, and children who were murdered in the Holocaust, the hundreds of thousands of Roma and Sinti who were killed and persecuted, and countless others who suffered the horrors and atrocities of the Nazi regime. Unfortunately, anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial remain destructive and painfully rampant in our societies. We've witnessed during the pandemic a disturbing proliferation in anti-Semitic acts and hate in Canada and throughout the world, including here in the Americas. All forms of anti-Semitism require action. Canada is fully committed to combat this. And today I wanted to mention that last November, the Honourable Irwin Cotler was reappointed as Canada's Special Envoy on preserving Holocaust remembrance and combating anti-Semitism, and Special Envoy Cotler will continue to collaborate with the OAS Commissioner to monitor and combat anti-Semitism, Fernando Lautenberg, as well as other special envoys in the region. The legacy of the Holocaust is a stark reminder of the dangers of hatred, xenophobia, and discrimination, and we must continue our unwavering commitment to uproot these acts. And Mr. Chair, finally, I wanted to say a couple of words about a meeting that took place recently, January 21st, with international partners that are engaged on the situation in Haiti. And of course, the Secretary General participated in that meeting as well, as long as a number of member states of the organization. Canada was very pleased to be able to host that event. And it was an opportunity to talk about a number of elements of this multidimensional crisis. I believe, Chair, that we've lost translation, and understandable. Our poor translators or our interpreters are working extremely hard, but I will continue with a couple of notes in French. If colleagues would wish to speak in one of the other languages about this, they can call me or any member of my delegation as well. But let me add a few comments in French, and then I'll stop there. La réunion a permis de s'attarder aux trois enjeux prioritaires, à savoir les dialogues politiques et les futures élections, l'insécurité et la criminalité, et les besoins humanitaires et de reconstruction. Alors, cette rencontre a aussi permis de discuter de l'importance d'améliorer la coordination de l'assistance internationale. Le Canada a profité de l'occasion pour annoncer 9 nouvelles initiatives en Haïti dans divers secteurs, incluant la sécurité, pour un montant total de 50,4 millions de dollars. La rencontre du 21 janvier a aussi attesté de l'ampleur de l'impasse politique en Haïti. Les récents développements et les incertitudes entourant le 7 février laissent préciser un accroissement de l'instabilité ou l'urgente nécessité d'un accord politique inclusif. En conclusion, le Canada appelle l'OAS et ses membres à demeurer fortement engagés dans le pays et invite à la redynamisation des discussions au sein du Conseil et des efforts visant à canaliser le soutien de l'OAS au peuple haïtien. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Next, we have the presenter is from Peru. You have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Tengo que agradecer brevemente al señor representante permanente de Chile y a la señora representante permanente de Costa Rica en torno a la solicitud y a la aceptación de la anterior presidencia y de la actual presidencia del Core Group LGBTI. Agradecemos muchísimo esto, repito, y nos comprometemos a trabajar muy en serio por los derechos humanos de las personas LGTBI. Al mismo tiempo, me quiero unir a las expresiones de solidaridad por el alud ocurrido en la Gasca, cerca de Quito, que ha costado vidas a una cantidad importante de personas. Mi saludo muy afectuoso y mi solidaridad al señor representante permanente del Ecuador. Y vale esta oportunidad para señalar que también en días pasados el Perú ha sido víctima de un hecho literalmente horripilante, causado por una empresa que tiene un nombre propio y que se llama Repsol. Ocurrió un derrame de petróleo cerca de Lima que ha causado un daño inmenso a la economía y al trabajo de una gran cantidad de personas, al consumo de pescado habitual en millones de peruanos y al mismo tiempo un enorme daño ecológico de imprevisibles consecuencias que además va a tener una gran repercusión en nuestra economía y ciertamente en el consumo de combustible. El gobierno del Perú ha tenido reacciones muy claras para controlar el gravísimo daño ocurrido. Y naturalmente la Fiscalía ha abierto una investigación a la citada empresa y al mismo tiempo se ha determinado por ahora la suspensión de su actividad empresarial. Voy a solicitar oportunamente en los próximos días que este tema pueda incluirse en la agenda de la próxima sesión ordinaria del Consejo Permanente por la enorme gravedad que reviste. Es un desastre ecológico por negligencia humana y naturalmente ojalá todos los Estados miembros podamos también aprender de esta experiencia que nos está causando tanto daño a nosotros los peruanos. Y finalmente decir que anoche, y estoy seguro de que esta información es compartida con mucho agrado por todos ustedes, el doctor César Landa Arroyo ha sido designado ministro de Relaciones Exteriores del Perú. Es un jurista de mucha nota y reconocimiento internacional y muy conocido por todos ustedes porque en la última Asamblea General él fue candidato a miembro de la Corte Interamericana de Derechos Humanos. Nos unimos también en felicitar a la doctora Antonia Urrejola, quien era hasta el 31 de diciembre presidente de la Comisión Interamericana de Derechos Humanos de nuestra organización y a quien el presidente electo Gabriel Boric ha designado como su futura canciller. Dicho esto, a todos ustedes, como siempre, mi saludo afectuoso. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. The last speaker we have is from Chile, Ambassador Issa Cort. You have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias, presidente. De manera muy sucinta me sumo a las palabras del antecesor, el embajador Harold Forsyth. Agradezco sus palabras hacia la futura canciller chilena, la abogada y muy conocida por nosotros, Antonia Urrejola, así como también agradezco los saludos que le ha otorgado al gobierno del presidente Boric. Queremos sumarnos también a los parabienes al doctor César Landa. Lo hemos podido conocer como candidato, lo hemos podido conocer como jurista y creemos que sin lugar a dudas va a hacer un gran aporte a las relaciones exteriores del Perú. Así es que al doctor César Landa, en nombre del embajador Forsyth y de la misión, nuestro saludo, nuestros parabienes y los mayores éxitos en su gestión. Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much. I see that I might have spoken a little too early because I see that we have one more, and that is from Bolivia. You have the floor, sir.
Gracias, señor presidente. Absolutamente breve, solamente para sumarnos a dos grandes noticias. Yo creo que dos grandes personalidades han de ocupar los ministerios de Relaciones Exteriores de dos países hermanos. Me refiero a la ampliamente conocida expresidenta de la Comisión Interamericana de Derechos Humanos, la doctora Antonia Urrejola Noguera, que ha tenido una trayectoria brillante, impecable en materia de defensa de derechos humanos, en materia jurídica, y que todos sabemos ha sido gratamente nominada como futura canciller de la República de Chile. Y por supuesto, una alegría que un profesor de la talla del profesor César Landa, un expresidente del Tribunal Constitucional del Perú, un ex viceministro de Justicia, un gran profesor universitario, un gran jurista, a quien también tuvimos el honor de conocer, haya asumido el día de ayer la Cancillería del Perú. Solamente una felicitación por ambas situaciones absolutamente gratas para todos nosotros, para todas las Américas. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, sir. I see that there are no further requests for the floor. It seems that we've broken a new record. It appears now to be 4.5 hours. There being no further business to consider, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much for being here. Bye-bye.